I'm gonna come. Oh.
All highways blocked off, no exits, no shortcuts. Them white flags been blood red, that bloodshed's been soaked up. Squeezed out, poured back in my cup, I toast up, then drink back my bloodline. They try bite my culture. They started telling us die, selling them lies, shelling hospitals, getting by on a daily basis while they murder my people underneath the nose of every Pinocchio politician, news channel anchor man, Department of Police, the whole UN, the whole system they say was made to serve us, huh? Okay, cool story. Never trust no pig's word. Them lawmakers, all bakers. Bottom line is cake first. They burnt down our library on that night in June. Them fools had no clue our history is so fireproof. So tell me now, how do I show any mercy when knowing that they would have put me up under a body bag? Body been missing and nobody looking except for the mothers who want it back. This is the part that be getting me wildin', cause now they be telling this island is something for tourists and telling them this is some heavenly marvelous pearl of the Indian tropical vacation getaway. Welcome to paradise. Welcome to paradise. On your left hand side, if you look, you'll see 5-star resorts built with mass graves beneath the breezes. So crisp, the views to die for. Coming up on my right, we have here what we call the field of 100,000 flowers. One for each soul missing with no answers or ancestors to serve as a witness to what they saw when the cameras turned off and the killing field started and the channels went dark. Try to hide it half-hearted, but we found all them receipts. Now reap the wrath of God. Better not leave your closet open. Karma might wake skeletons up. Airing out all your dirty demons. Reaper might be creeping up. Let them all face that face, they sealed up. Get them all lined up one by one. When it's all said and done, you gonna find out from God you cannot run. Find out from God you cannot run. Find out from God you cannot run. We've been on the prowl all night up in the 6, yeah. Hey, we gon' burn it down now. Looking for some motherfucking light up in the back. Burn that motherfucker down, down. They been trying to shut us down and shove us to the ditch, too. It's a new dawn now. Now we 40 deep, but they gon' find out what the heck. You gon' see how we get down, bit on blood. Got the taste of reparations, gets me high, bit on blood. Got the smell of sweetest vengeance, gets me wild, bit on blood. Got the flame inside the heart can start a fire, bit on blood. Now we came up with the squad that's down to ride, bit on blood. Got the taste of reparations, gets me high, bit on blood. Got the smell of sweetest vengeance, gets me wild, bit on blood. Got the flame inside the heart can start a fire, bit on blood. Now we came up with the squad that's down to ride, bit on blood.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. This is the ArunAnnow broadcast coming to you live from Washington, D.C. I will acknowledge the gifts in a second. You're probably wondering why I'm playing SVDP 100,000 Flowers. Because we're going to be talking about ongoing colonization attempts by the Sri Lankan government, by Sinhalese Buddhist mobs right now to colonize Elam. We're back in full swing. This is West Bank style shit. We're going to be covering it. Yeah, that too. This week I've been in a really foul mood. I've been in a really foul mood. I've been in a really bad mood because of this. I've been really pissed off. Been pissed off that this isn't getting the coverage that it needs, that the TRINCOMALEE Buddha statue is not getting the coverage that it needs. It's pissing me off, right? So I've been in a really it's completely fucking unfair that we have to beg for this, for West Bank, for basically what is the West Bank. We have to beg the entire world for a little bit of coverage. Very stupid. Very fucking stupid. I turned it down. It's very stupid. It's stupid that we have to do this. It's stupid. It's stupid that we have to. Oh, wait 1 second. It's stupid that we have to. It's stupid that we have to beg for coverage on a fucking occupation. It's very stupid. Ravenan 777, thank you for the 2 subs. Crescent Moonstar, thank you for the 5. Lesbian Hot Sauce, thank you for the 1. Oh no, it's a watch streak. Never mind, it's a watch streak. Okay. It is just pissing me off. And then on top of that, I did a... What? On top of that, I put out a tweet saying... I put out a tweet recently saying that China is also responsible for the Tamil genocide by becoming the world's largest weapon supplier. And I did it in the context of... I basically said, what was I trying to say? I mean, the long story short is, like I said, fuck China. That's what I said. I said, fuck China. Fuck China. Like, China sold weapons to Sri Lanka. Fuck, fuck them. I basically said, fuck China because they sold weapons to Sri Lanka. I've been on that fuck China train for a very long time, basically. I've been on that train. I've been on that time for a very long time. Fuck China. China is the largest weapon supplier to Sri Lanka. Like, fuck them, right? Which, if you've been watching the stream long enough, you will realize what my opinion of every single country that is involved in the Tamil genocide is. But for whatever reason, it looks like all the Chinese simps and the non-Chinese China simps decided to get all up in their feelings. And this came after, I think, China refused to use their veto power against the US's, what was it, Palestine Peace Resolution or whatever the fuck it was. So I had the entirety of the, I would not say the left, obviously. I don't think this is representative of the left. I had a bunch of I had a mix of weirdo MAGA communists like Haas and Jackson Hinkle types, mixed with like actual Chinese, like, you know, actual like Chinese guys that are calling me. Like, here, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. This has genuinely kind of pissed me off. It's not a left thing. No, it's really good time for political streamers to tour and glaze China right now. No, I'm not gonna criticize him for that. I'm not gonna criticize him for that because he's ultimately catering to an American audience. That's it. He's catering to an American liberal audience that has been primed to have an irrational hatred of China. I'm not gonna fault him for that. I do wish that he was more critical though. But like the context of what he does is very different than what I do. If you come in here thinking like I'm gonna glaze China and China's this, China's that, I'm gonna throw you under the fucking bus. Like, you're stupid. Like Chinese conservatives are nearly identical to Indian conservatives. They operate very similarly. Like, this is like, I see half of the behavior that I see in China in India. Like, this is ridiculous. They're they're capable of being just as racist as Indians. Like, they're capable of being just as racist as Koreans and Japanese. Like, I'm not going to give them any special treatment, you know, just because a supposed communist party rules over that country, you know. I'm not giving them any special treatment. Like, you're a fucking member of you're a permanent member of the UN Security Council. Get over yourself. Fuck you. Like, But literally, a literal Tamil socialist criticizing China for their complicity in the genocide of Rohingya and Elam Tamils. Pro-CPC bot. Not a single country wants you. Not a single country in Asia welcomes you. That's the response. She thinks I'm Rohingya, first off. She thinks I'm Rohingya. But, which is funny, right? Because I mentioned Arakan State, right, and Rohingya people. But her response immediately is to say, yeah, no one wants you fuckers. Yeah, go and die. That's her response. Her response is literally like, fuck off and die. No country in Asia wants you. Like, this is what, by the way, this is the underbelly. This is what happens when you actually criticize China. Racism. Yes. They're racist. Yes. Yeah, they're just as capable of being racist. Welcome. Now, white liberals will never see this shit because they're white. White libs will never see this shit because they're white. But brown people? That's a whole nother story, man. China has one of the biggest militaries in the world. People love to shit on the American military-industrial complex while glazing China at the same time. I'm saying my perspective is fuck America and fuck China. Fuck both of them. Sorry, white left. Sorry. I mean, I consider the white left to be white libs. Like, much of what we call the left to be like, they're But yes, you're technically correct. Not the Democratic Party. Like, white dudes in the Democratic Party are not glazing China. I'm saying that, like, white leftist LARPers is what I'm saying. White leftist LARPers are glazing China, which is ridiculous. Like, the kind of white Americans to glaze China are the people that are just beginning to understand people's culture. Well, sorry. They're the kind of people that are just beginning to understand, like, how statecraft works. They're beginning to understand how countries suck. They're beginning to understand how politics works at a very fundamental level. And actually, they still don't know. Which is why by the way, I heavily emphasize learning the fucking politics first. This is why I heavily emphasize, yes, be a leftist, understand Marxian economics, anarchist economics, so on and so forth, right? Understand the theory, but understand the basic fucking politics first before saying anything. Because if you try and analyze everything through theory, you're just gonna get shit wrong. For some reason, I don't think that would be the takeaway for white liberals. I'm sure it won't. My point is that they're totally not averse to the word socialist or communist anymore. There's a pathway to normalization that is vital for the rest of the world right now. Not that it's required, it's just slightly easier to appeal to sections of society that hold the majority of the social and political capital on this planet. I know. I don't mind that, like, China is being treated as a normal country. The only fucking problem is that if you glaze it too much, then people will think they will take the attitudes that they used to have towards America and just put it on to China. When the takeaway should be, no, every country has fucking problems. Every country sucks. Right? But again, the problem is that most of these fuckers are white, and so they'll never have to face racism anywhere. They'll never have to face racism in any country they go to. They can go to Japan and they'll be fine. If I go to Japan, they can go to Korea, they'd be fine. If I go to Korea, I don't know about that. They can go to China. These white liberals can go to China. These white leftists can go to China perfectly fine. If I go to China, I will be treated quite differently. I went to Thailand. I got denied service. Thailand is the same thing. They're fucking racist. Everyone east. And to be perfectly fair, like, theorize that the USA is white version of China. Thailand doesn't surprise me at all. Malaysia sucks because, by the way, Malaysia has a lot of Indians. Guess what? I mean, in particular, they have a lot of Tamil people. Guess what situation they're in? Glad to see you. Bye. You got that sleepy face going on. I am very sleepy at the moment. Very, very sleepy. I am very sleepy. This shit does piss me off. Like, this shit, like, the whole point that I'm saying is that the reason that they got angry, these, like, China defenders got super fucking angry. Here, I got called an ethno-narcissist, which is a new one. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna break this fucker. I'm gonna block him. Fuck it. A lot of these guys are just like loser posers that they don't understand anything. They're just online troll accounts. Whatever, it's fine, right? This one, where's the new one, which I find very hilarious. You're a non-state actor criticizing a state for its non-interventionist policies when your own movement hasn't achieved anything, and you also dehumanize anyone who disagrees with you as a bot. First off, we're on Twitter. What do you mean dehumanize anyone who disagrees with you? We're on Twitter. Half of the accounts here are bots. What the fuck are you talking about? Second of all, you are a Tamil ethno-narcissist, framing everything from your local interests. Also, not non-interventionists. What do you mean non-interventionist? That, like, China intervened. What the fuck are you talking about? Selling weapons to the genocide heir is intervention. That is what it is. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, if you sell weapons to a country committing genocide, that's interventionism. There are Chinese weapons in Darfur being used. Yes. Horrible take on Sri Lanka. What? Okay, we might cover this later. We might cover this later, but I want to cover other shit. Okay. First off, I'm going to run the top of the hour ad break. So that's coming to you. If you want to avoid the ads, subscribe. Subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime or avoid the ads. Or for $5 or $6 or for 110 rupees. But here's a 3-minute ad break right now. Okay, so that pissed me off. Okay, so let's get to the personal news, okay? And then we'll actually get to the real news. So yesterday I had Taylor Lorenz interviewed me. So the interview finally happened. I think it went pretty well. I think the interview with Taylor Lorenz went pretty well. The way it's being set up, we won't talk about. You're on Twitter Lady's show. I'm going to be on Twitter Lady's show. Yes. I am going to be on her show. Yes. The interesting thing is we didn't really talk too much about Elam per se. Basically, the way we've, did she say when the episode will air? It'll be like in a week or so. No, the way we framed it is that we're talking about freedom of speech and the freedom of the press. We're talking about freedom of the press, freedom of speech in Sri Lanka, right? So that's kind of because her wheelhouse is about like freedom of speech, freedom of the press. Her beat is generally like online discourse, that sort of thing. That's generally the line of journalism that she works in, right? So she basically wanted to figure out a way to fit this in that sort of. She wanted a way to talk about Sri Lanka and Elam in that sort of context, because she can't just randomly be like, oh yeah, by the way, we're doing it differently, by the way, just for our one podcast, we're going to do something different. She's like, no, we can't do that. So, and we don't want to scare the viewers away. Right. Which is great. Which is a great approach to that. Right. Incredible approach. So yeah, that episode will be coming out, I think. That episode will be coming out, I think, a week from now or something. My goal is to get eyes on it as much as possible. I also sent her a bunch of resources. after the fact. I was a bit scared because when we were doing the thing, I was like, she was kind of directing the whole thing. She wanted it to go in a different direction. And I was like, I was thinking this is out of my wheelhouse. we were talking about the Online Safety Act, which is like admittedly something I hadn't been following all that much, if I'm going to be honest, right? I hadn't been following the Online Safety Act that was passed last year by Ranil Wickremesinghe. I hadn't followed that all that much. I'm sure there's a bunch of cases that were used with the Online Safety Act, but did you talk about Indian media or was it mostly focused on Sri Lanka? I do mention BJP IT cell in there. There is a mention of the BJP IT cell. So I do talk about it there. It does get a mention. There are things that I managed to mention that are very surprising, actually, right? That people wouldn't expect. So I mentioned, and again, I don't know what is going to make it into. A great example is like the detention and murder of Nagarasa Alex, which happened like a couple years ago in Iram, right? I managed to mention that. I also mentioned the questioning of Kumanen, the Ila Tamil journalist, right? I hope someone talks to her about the 26th and 27th Amendment as well. Abu, thank you for 5. Woo! Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5 gifty. Yeah, so I talked to Taylor. I think it went really well. But let's see what happens. I'm definitely a bit I'm curious to see how it turns out, because I will admit this is the way this was oriented, and the way this kind of works a little bit was like well out of my wheelhouse. You know what I mean? Loki, thank you for the gift to Shreyas. Have you seen the CBFC cuts on the anti-caste film Homebound? They cut out like 11 scenes where it shows government apathy against Dalit and Muslim laborers who walked home during COVID. I have not seen anything from India. I've been laser focused on Elam. I have been laser focused on Sri Lanka this week. Wait, who gifted? Benjamin. Thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Karthik. I really hope more international independent media talks about 26th and 27th of Pakistan and how awful it is. I can see if she wants to talk about it, but I don't think I would be I mean, I do cover Pakistani politics, but I do not think it would be appropriate for me, an Indian person, to go on her broadcast or go on her video to talk about Pakistan. I do not think it would be appropriate, because unfortunately she is going to have a lot of Pakistani folks in her chat being like, why the fuck did you bring an Indian on? Part of me feels silly for being hopeful and excited that it comes out well, but I'm trying to keep my expectations realistic. No, you have to what you have to do, like, you have to understand that this video is not necessarily, this video is not about the Tamil genocide that I did with her. This video is not about the Tamil genocide. It is just not. So you can't go into that video thinking like, oh, you know, Arun's going to talk a lot about the genocide. He's going to talk about the occupation. He's going to talk about TRINCOMALEE. That's just not what happened, right? The video is not about that. It is about freedom of speech, freedom of the press in Sri Lanka. That's what the video is about. But we do mention Elam Tamils. We do mention, like, we basically sneak in as many, like, basically as much of what I would normally say on this broadcast into that video as much as we could. They've already started picking up people in broad daylight under that. We'll cover that tomorrow. We'll cover Pakistan tomorrow. But I can't, I'm just one person. I'm just letting you know. I can do it. So yes, I think that Mavir Narvarde, yes. This is Mavir Madam. Mavir Masam. For those of you who don't know, this is the month where Ila Tamils honor their relatives that fought for the LTDE. They honor the LTDE, right? They honor their relatives that fight for the that fought for the LTDE. Also, I should tell her you should be. I'm just letting you know, like, she's gonna get a lot of Sri Lankans in her comment section, and she's gonna hate it. Or like, no, I don't think she's gonna hate it. I think unfortunately she is used to a lot of. Unfortunately, like, she has dealt with a lot of harassment in the past, and she's currently dealing with harassment from a certain individual a certain fucking YouTube streamer. If she's done anything about India before, she's gonna be fine. She's covered Ethan Klein. Like, he's already dealt with harassment, insane levels of harassment. So I should probably tell her, like, I mean, I don't think the kind of shit that she's gonna deal with regards to I don't think the shit she's gonna deal with regards to the comment section is gonna be that bad. She's gonna get a lot of Sri Lankans complaining that, oh, why did you have the Tamil dude on, of all things? Like, or why did you have the Indian dude on to talk about our country? Which, frankly, I don't give a shit if they. Frankly, I do not give a shit if they complain about that. Like, you know, it got so much worse when she did expose the dark damn money. Yeah, I don't think she'll face any sort of like real repercussions for this because it's Sri Lanka. Like, what are they gonna fucking do? Right? It's Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is too broke to do anything. Sri Lanka is fucking drowning in debt because their war criminal president sunk them into debt. So what the fuck are they gonna do, right? What IT seller? They're gonna send the 5 dudes on Rajapaksha's payroll to Taylor Lorenz's comment section. Oh no, you know what I mean? Like I don't think she's gonna deal with all that much, but I should let her know. Like, yeah, you're gonna get a lot of angry Sri Lankans. You're gonna get a lot of angry Lankans in your chat or in your comment section. I should tell her that. But I think she's probably aware. She's probably familiar with the kind of bullshit. So I should, but I do want to like give her a heads up. Like, if you do put this video out, this is the kind of at least the country's in deep debt. It's a self-inflicted wound, by the way. It's a completely self-inflicted wound. What happened? My cash Nazi granduncle drifted a conspiracy theory that the LTDE were CIA backed. If I see any leftists say that the LTDE were CIA backed, I'm immediately calling them like Nulibans. Like, that's a Nuliban take. I'm sorry. Yeah, Mailapurians are goofy as fuck. Yes. Mailapurians are goofy as fuck. Yes. Like, bro, you have the same fucking take as Brahmins, man. Get over here. Like, what are you doing here? What are we doing here, man? Okay. Let me see. Let me see if I can find the original. Because enjoy the nice mood while it lasts. Because enjoy the shit while it lasts. Because we're gonna go deep. We're gonna go straight into it. I'm shocked no one has made that conspiracy yet that LTTE CIA. No, plenty of people have said that LTTE has Mossad backing. Plenty of people have that. Like plenty of people, I mean, maybe not CIA per se, but Western backed or Mossad backed. Plenty of people have said that. It's just that if you look at the actual evidence, it's complete like bullshit. Like, if you look at how much Israel has given to Sri Lanka versus what they supposedly gave to the LTTE, which they didn't, right? Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna log in right quick. Hold on, I'll be right back. Go log in. 1 second. Oh, fuck me. There you go. Hold on. One second. 1 second. I'm pulling the tweets up. Where is it? Where's the thing that I'm looking for? Here we go. Here's the second thing. Okay. Okay, this goes here. Here we go. All Tamil Guardian news out. I'm here. What are you guys talking about? I'm literally here. Here you go. And then what else do we got? Here we go. And then finally, what am I looking for? Where's Gajendra Kumar? Ponambalam. Ponambalam, where is it? Fuck, where is it?
History does not repeat itself from now on. From now on. Now, it is in that context, Honorable Presiding Member, I just wish to put the context of this Trincomalee incident.
Here, this is a good start. நேற்றும் இன்றும் திருகோணமலையில் நடந்த சம்பவங்களில் பின்புலத்தை இங்கு விளங்கப்படுத்துகிறேன். Okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to play the video. Okay. All right, let's start. All right, so, and we'll get to the, remind me, chat. I will get to the actual rally later because it's also stupid. But, okay, so over the weekend, actually over last weekend, actually, let me post a going live tweet. Or live and alive talking about colonization of Trincomalee. Use of Buddhist heritage. Ooh. There we go. Okay. Okay. So, this is the actual start. Okay. So, on November 16th and November 17th and November 18th, Singhala Buddhist monks decide to illegally construct a Buddhist vihara or a Buddhist temple on Trincomalee Beach. Now, if you don't know why this is insane, by the way, TRINCOMALEE it's in Elam. It's right here. It is also the capital of Elam, by the way. It is the capital of Tamil Elam, by the way. Right? That is what it is. It is the heart. It is the capital of Tamil Elam. Okay? So that's where this is. That is what TRINCOMALEE is. Right? TRINCOMALEE is an extremely vital. I mean, we've talked about why TRINCOMALEE is super important for every major power involved with Sri Lanka. And the reason is TRINCOMALEE is home to a deep sea harbor. It's home to one of the deepest natural harbors in the world. That is the reason that everyone is after TRINCOMALEE port. Right? It's the port. TRINCOMALEE has a very deep port. Very simple. So that's why everyone's after it. And that's why, as Taraki Sivaram says, the Tamils live in a most unfortunate part of the world, where this government, this fascist, this Buddhist, Nazi, fascist, Zionist government is trying to illegally colonize. They're trying to illegally colonize the Elam Tamils and displace them from their native land. Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists are trying to displace Tamils from their native land as we speak right now. This is Israel colonizing Jerusalem. This is Israel going into parts of, like, Palestinian parts of Jerusalem and saying, no, this is mine now. This is like moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. That is how much, that's an escalation. Okay? So they have decided to illegally build a temple in the middle of Tamil land. Like in the heart of Tamil land, TRINCOMALEE city. Now, the other thing is, as I've alluded to as I've talked about in my documentary, TRINCOMALEE district rather, has already experienced settler colonies in the form of the Kandalai colony, the Alai colony, so on and so forth, Seruwila colony, so on and so forth. Right? They have the district that TRINCOMALEE is in, TRINCOMALEE district, has already suffered settler colonies. The DS Senanayake government, the Dudley Senanayake government, hold on. Something just came up. Like the Dudley Senanayake government, the John Kotelawala government, the SWRD Bandaranaike government, all of these governments have engaged in settler colonies in TRINCOMALEE district. So Trinco has already suffered settler colonies. This is not new for TRINCOMALEE district, right? None of this is new for TRINCOMALEE district. There are plenty of viharas that have been built in TRINCOMALEE district before the war and even after the war, right? They've always been experiencing settler colonies. But one, this is directly in the heart of TRINCOMALEE city, which is the capital of Elam. That's number one. And two, this is happening under an administration that promised that this shit wouldn't happen. That promised that communal harmony would be a thing. And it looks like there it is. There's the Buddhist statue in TRINCOMALEE. What are they saying? They're saying stuff in Sinhalese. I don't know what they're saying. This is in Sinhalese. I don't know what they're saying. They installed a Buddha statue at the site. The Sri Lankan police removed it at the orders of some JVP ministers. But the problem is, the next morning, so the JVP comes in and they basically say, hey, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. This is very bad. You know, very, very bad, right? They wag their fingers at these theros, these monks, right? Only for this to happen the following morning. So they remove it. They remove the statue that very night. However, the only problem is, oops, they brought the Buddha statue back the following morning. So they remove it. JVP says this is very bad. JVP does the whole "don't try to play the fool with me" that Suresh Gopi said. He does the whole. They do the whole Suresh Gopi "don't try to play the fool with me." They take it down, and then the following morning, along with the police, along with the cops, by the way, just for the record, these are cops with the monks. The cops and the monks bring the Buddha statue back to the temple, back to the Vihara. Oh, hold on. This is in Tamil. I can translate it. They're saying that they're taking the statue again. They're taking the statue again. That was taken down earlier last night. They're taking it back to the Vihara. He's saying, like, guess who's protecting? And guess, you know, he's saying that there seems to be no problem with these guys just taking the Buddha statue to the Trincomalee temple. Trincomalee Vihara. Pigs. Pigs. Those guys installing the statue are pigs. Absolute pigs. Colonizer pigs. Those are colonizer pigs stealing Tamil land. I wouldn't be surprised if they did this simply as a political act to intimidate Elam Tamils rather than that. I wouldn't be surprised if they did this simply as a political act to intimidate Elam Tamils rather than to worship the statue. It's not just intimidation. They're trying to take over the land. I think you need to understand one thing. I think I need you to understand one thing. This is not just intimidation of the Tamils. Intimidation is one thing. This is settler colonialism at play. This is settler colonialism. This is setting up a settler colony. This isn't just intimidation. This is settler colonialism. This is one act in a longer strand of settler colonialism. This is West Bank style shit that you're seeing here. This is what Zionists do in the West Bank. They say, oh, this thing is ours. This thing used to belong to us 3,000 years ago. This hilltop used to belong to us 3,000 years ago. And so we're going to come and take it. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing here. I need you to understand this is what's happening. Here's a great example. This is Kusum Wijayatilaka. Kusum Wijayatilaka is a member of the SJB, the opposition SJB, right? One of the main opposition parties to the JVP. This is Sajid Premadas's party, right? Trinco's Buddhist heritage goes back over 1,500 years. He said this as all of this is happening, by the way. He said this as all of this is happening. Just for the record, Kusum Wijayatilaka said this as all of this was happening, for the record. He's saying, oh, by the way, Trinco's Buddhist heritage goes back over 1,500 years. Guys, does this sound familiar to you? And now everyone's questioning him, saying, hey, wait a minute. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? He's like, are you saying that this is okay? And he's like, I didn't say that. I didn't say, like, so on that basis, building on reservations is perfectly all right. Even the more progressive people seem to lose their sense of right and wrong when it comes to this kind of thing. Kusum, did I say that was okay? All I'm saying is Trincomalee's Buddhist heritage goes back 1,500 years. I'm not saying whether this is right or wrong. I'm just saying, you know, Buddhists used to be here 1,500 years ago. As Buddhist monks and the cops and the underworld, the mafia, are working together to literally colonize the Tamils by building a Buddhist statue. How do these people have power, bro? Because Sri Lanka is a state apparatus that was handcrafted by the British to give to their loyalist population, the Sinhalese Buddhists. The Sinhalese Buddhists are the loyalist population of the British, right? There's a common misconception there's a common lie in Sri Lanka that is perpetrated where Tamils are seen as the the Buddhist there's a lie that is perpetrated by the by Sri Lankans in general, where they say Tamils were favored by the British because they had government jobs. But if you actually look at the ruling class, if you look at the ruling class of Sri Lanka, it was almost entirely Sinhalese Buddhist. The "we were here 1,500 years ago" arguments makes no sense. Dude, you don't see me trying to claim southern Egypt. No, but this is exactly what I mean by Sri Lanka. By the way, Kusum Vijaytilaka, Kusum will literally go off here. 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 This is the same man. I want you to understand.
And its actions have long suggested that there is an emphasis on expansion rather than security. Professor Noam Chomsky has referred to as the destruction of a nation.
From remarks made on Palestine Solidarity Day 2022 in the aftermath of yet more violence, tragedy, and destruction, the state of Israel seems to prioritize expansion over security, while the Palestinians have suffered several decades of expulsion and annexation. Same person. Same person. Same person. Now when Buddhists are the ones expanding and colonizing, when Sinhalese people, when his people are the ones expanding and colonizing, he's like, well, actually, the Buddhist heritage goes back over 1,500 years. That's Kusum Vijaytilaka. That is the kind of rank, craven, nationalist piece of shit this guy is. If you press any liberal, any progressive in Sri Lanka just hard enough, if you press any Sri Lankan progressive, quote unquote, just hard enough, you'll get this. If you press any Sri Lankan progressive hard enough, this is exactly what is underneath the core. This is why I say you cannot trust anyone in Lanka that says they're progressive. You cannot, because this is what they truly believe at the very core. Anyone that is from southern Sri Lanka, especially those that come from Sinhalese backgrounds, right? This is ultimately what they believe. They have been indoctrinated into thinking this. The entire schooling system, the entire media apparatus has pumped this propaganda that the Sinhalese used to own this entire island. The entire media apparatus, the entire schooling system pumps people like this with propaganda that, no, the Northeast used to be Sinhalese, and then the Tamils came and took it over. That even progressives, so-called progressives, by the way, this guy is going and waxing poetically about Palestine, by the way. This is what I mean. Sri Lankans like this guy will openly say, free Palestine this, free Palestine that, free Palestine this. And then they'll turn around and say, no, fuck the Tamils. This is our land. This is our Sinhalese land. Our Buddhist land. This is why I say you cannot trust any of these people. They talk out of both sides of their mouth. You cannot trust anyone in Sri Lanka that says they're a progressive. You cannot. This is what they truly think deep down. Most so-called progressives in Sri Lanka are Zionists. They are Sinbuds at the end of the day. They're the Sri Lankan version of Zionists. Every single progressive, almost or most progressives in Sri Lanka, most people that say they're progressives in Sri Lanka, deep down, they're Sinbuds. All of them. Most of them are Sinbud Nazis. If you press just hard enough, every single one of these chuckle fucks, every single one of these chuckle fucks, if you just press deep down enough, you will get Zionist-like behavior. Are there any real progressives, though? The main real progressives have left the fucking country because they support an independent Elam. Any real progressives have already... Jude Law Fernando, Viraj Mendes has passed away, Bashna Abewardena. Those are the three big ones. Anyone that works at JDS. Those are the real progressives, but they're in exile. They don't live... I mean, the ones who work for JDS inside the country, we don't hear about them because they want to keep their identity a secret. They don't want to expose themselves. The real progressives keep a very low profile because if you question the main contradiction of this country, which is the occupation of Elam, if you question that, you will face consequences, whether that is detainment and torture, or whether it's detainment or torture, or sometimes it's disappearance and murder. Even people that are not for a separate Elam, Pragit Eknaligoda and Lasantha Vikramatunga, they dared to question the Rajapaksa's use of heavy weapons and potentially chemical weapons. And what happened to them? Lasantha was killed in broad daylight in Colombo, and we still don't know where Pragit Eknaligoda is. We don't know. Why? Because they dared to question the main contradiction of Sri Lanka, which is the genocide and the occupation of the Elam Tamils that Sri Lanka continues to engage in. They are engaging in a slow genocide. Dumb question, but why bother? Why not just align with Israel openly? Is it to not get ostracized by other progressive movements? Yes. Sri Lanka has a tendency to oscillate. Sri Lanka also has a need to oscillate between, openly supporting Israel as well as pretending to be a global South oppressed country. It needs to be able to flip on a dime. At times it will act openly like America. It will praise America. It'll link up with America, right? It'll link up with the West, right? But at times they want to act as though there is, small bean post-colonial non-aligned third world country. Which, that was never the case. They want to look anti-imperialist. That's the point. A lot of it is about keeping appearances. Pigs. All of them are pigs. All of them. Pigs. Colonizer pigs. Colonizer pigs. All of them are. These are colonizers. You are seeing them right. What you are seeing here are colonizers. 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 These are colonizers. Now, let's talk about what the JVP has to say about this. Dissanayake claims TRINCOMALEE problem is solved. AKD, President Anurakumar Dissanayake, claims TRINCOMALEE problem is solved, quote unquote, as Buddha statue remains in place. Sri Lankan President Anurakumar Dissanayake has insisted that the controversy over the unauthorized Buddha statue in TRINCOMALEE is, quote unquote, already solved, even as the statue remains at the site and the government forces mounting criticism for capitulating to Sinhala Buddhist nationalist pressure. Addressing Parliament, Dissanayake said he had instructed the Secretary to the Ministry of Public Security to submit a full report on the incident and claimed that the authorities had acted to prevent the escalation of the situation on Sunday. He dismissed the uproar as, quote, another round of old racist drama, stating, the problem is already resolved. Why are they still trying to stir things up? His remarks have sparked further criticism, particularly from Tamils, who point out that the Buddha statue was reinstalled by police just hours after its removal, and that construction on the disputed site only paused due to a court order rather than decisive government action. Dissanayake said that, quote, certain factions were attempting to provoke unrest, adding that the country's future will not be built on ethnic division, quote unquote. However, critics argue that it was the government's own retreat that emboldened the monks responsible for the unauthorized construction. A Marxist-Leninist-led government, everyone, a quote-unquote Marxist-Leninist-led government, everyone. Minister repeats assurances as statue remains. Public Security Minister Ananda Vijaypala also attempted to downplay the incident, warning politicians and the public to refrain from politicizing the situation. He insisted in Parliament that the NPP government will never allow any citizen to face injustice and said the area was peaceful. Left government, by the way. Left government openly collaborating with fascists, openly capitulating to fascists. This is what I mean by they're labor Zionists. This is what I mean by the JVP are labor Zionists. They are the same thing as labor Zionists.
I'm gonna come.
They are the same thing as labor Zionists.
Oh.
This is Marxism, Leninism, Sinhala Buddhist nationalism thought. You don't understand. This is their... You don't understand. This is the JVP's formulation of Marxist theory. They call it Marxism, Leninism, Singhalaism. Sin Buddhism. The NPP government initially appeared to enforce the law when the police removed the statue on Sunday, following complaints from the Coast Conservation Department and local residents. But by Monday morning, the statue had been returned to the monks, with the minister claiming it had been taken away only due to a threat of vandalism. Tamil parliamentarians and civil society have since condemned the government's reversal, stating that the retreat mirrors the behavior of past administrations that enabled and protected Sinhala Buddhist encroachment across the Tamil homeland. The shrine sits on coastal land governed by the Coast Conservation Department, which previously filed cases against illegal constructions inside the premises. Residents say new materials were brought to the temple late at night before the recent escalation. TRINCOMALEE has long been one of the most heavily targeted districts for state-driven singleization, with the expansion of Buddhist shrines used as a tool to insert demographic and territorial dominance. Against this backdrop, critics say the NPP government's framing of the incidents as quote unquote. Against this backdrop, critics say the NPP government's framing of the incident as quote racial agitation avoids confronting the structural imbalance of power that has enabled decades of land grabs and unchecked Buddhist nationalist activity. Despite Dissanayaka's insistence that quote the problem is already resolved, the dispute remains very much active. The court has further frozen construction, and the statue remains installed. On top of that, Sajid Premadasa, leader of the SJB and son of late President Ranasinghe Premadasa, backs the monks. He backs the monks in the TRINCOMALEE clash, echoing Sinhala Buddhist claims. Sri Lanka's opposition leader, Sajid Premadasa, has openly backed Sinhala Buddhist monks involved in the illegal construction of a shrine on TRINCOMALEE beach, sharply criticizing police intervention. Premadasa told Parliament that the monks at the Sri Sambuddha Jayanti Bodhiraja Vihara had every right to continue their development activities, insisting that any dispute over the Buddha statue or the Dhamma school must be resolved through dialogue with the three chief prelates rather than through police action. This is a liberal, by the way. This is a liberal. This is a Sri Lankan liberal. Sri Lanka's opposition leader Sajid Premadasa has openly backed Sinhala Buddhist monks involved in the illegal construction of a shrine on TRINCOMALEE beach, sharply criticizing police intervention. Premadasa told Parliament that the monks at the Sri Sambuddha Jayanti Bodhiraja Vihara had every right to continue their development activities, insisting that any dispute over the Buddha statue or the Dhamma school must be resolved through dialogue with the three chief prelates rather than through police action. The remarks come amid growing outrage across the Tamil homeland after Sri Lanka's Public Security Minister Ananda Vijaypala admitted that the police removed the illegally installed statue only due to a quote potential threat of vandalism and would now provide protection for the shrine despite the absence of any approval and an existing court order prohibiting construction on the beach. Premadasa claimed the temple, established in 1951 and registered with the Department of Buddhist Affairs, is a legally recognized place of worship. He accused the government of violating constitutional guarantees that accord Buddhism a, quote, foremost place. This is, by the way, this is him saying that Sri Lanka, a Sinhalese Buddhist ethno-state, is not ethno-stating hard enough. That's what he's saying here. He's saying, by the way, no, our Buddhism is not given enough. He's literally saying, no, Sinhalese, he's saying Sri Lanka is a Sinhalese Buddhist state. This is the same as a Israeli person saying, no, our government is not Zionist enough. Sending police to disrupt development activities is unacceptable, he told Parliament. Under whose authority were such orders issued? If the government does not understand the supreme law of the land, it should read it again. He also accused the government of mishandling the situation and criticized the speaker for blocking MP Dayasiri Jayasekara from raising concerns, calling it an attack on democratic rights. Vijaypala's claim that the statue was removed only to protect it drew ridicule even from Sinhala PMs, including the son of Mahinda Rajapaksa, Namal Rajapaksa, who asked in Parliament, was hitting the monks also for the statue's protection. Watch the videos. Rajapaksa accused the government of weaponizing the incident to stir up Sinhala nationalist sentiment ahead of provincial council. Accused the government of weaponizing the incident to stir up Sinhala nationalist sentiment ahead of provincial council elections. That doesn't seem right. For decades, Sinhalese Buddhist monks have wielded significant influence over successive governments. Since the end of the armed conflict in 2009, state bodies such as the Archaeology Department and the Forestry Department have been deployed to claim land across the Tamil homeland, often declaring new Buddhist heritage sites overnight. This is what the Archaeology Department in Israel does, by the way. This is what Israel does. Literally down to the T, this is what Israel does. This is what Israel does. The Trincomalee incident fits squarely within that trend, with the government's latest U-turn reinforcing to many Tamils that Sinhala Buddhist nationalism remains entrenched regardless of which party is in power. This is colonization. This is what's this is a liberal Zionist, okay? Sajid Premadasa is an example of a liberal Sinbud. JVP are left Sinbuds. They're labor Sinbuds. These guys are liberal Sinbuds. Now it's time for the open Sinbuds. Mahinda Rajapaksa says government shows no regard for the Buddhist doctrine. Former Sri Lankan president and war criminal Mahinda Rajapaksa has accused the government of failing to give Buddhism its quote-unquote due distinction, warning that public anger will be visible at a rally scheduled for 21st November. Here we go. Now it's time to talk about open Sinbuds. The ultra Sinbuds.
අවුරුදු පහෙන් පහට වෙනස් නොවන කිසිවෙක්ට අභියෝග කරන්න බැරි
The racist Gnanasara Thera arrived in Trincomalee in a great hurry. He declared that the entire Trincomalee has been the Buddha's land for 2,500 years. Now, I got my friend Fazil to translate this. And what he's basically saying is he's using a lot of pure single words that I'm a bit rusty on, but the gist of it seems like he's hyping up the power of the monks and Buddhism in general and saying, keep in mind our power. He's also saying that no one has the right to question the involvement of the monks. He's saying the whole thing was a manufactured issue and the stupid decision was made that the monks end up in the hospital. He's basically saying, no, this used to belong to us 2,500 years ago. Where have you heard that before? By the way, Gnanasara Thero, by the way, if you don't know who Gnanasara Thero is, he is a man that was literally arrested by the Sri Lankan state for peddling conspiracy theories and openly inciting violence against the Muslim community of Sri Lanka. That's who this guy is. That's who Gnanasara Thero is. This man in the middle that is talking about how Trincomalee used to belong to the Sinhalese 2,500 years ago. This man was openly put in jail. He was put in jail for inciting violence against another minority on the island, the Muslims. He was put in jail for that. That's who this person is, by the way. He's a member of the, I think he's the leader of the he's either he might be a member of the Bodu Bala Sena, I think. Oh, no. He is the leader of the Bodu Bala Sena. Sorry. Gnana Saratero. This is the leader of the Bodu Bala Sena. The Bodu Bala Sena is literally, by the way, Buddhist power army. The Bodu Bala Sena is, by the way, it literally translates to Buddhist power army. That's who this guy is. He's the leader of a Nazi organization. He is the leader of a Nazi organization. He's the leader of this is a Nazi. This is a Nazi. This is an open Nazi. This is a Nazi.
කාලවල පොඩි කඩාවැටීම් මිදවැටීම් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් ඒ භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලා සතු බලය අවිච්ඡින්න එක. ඒක කාටවත් ප්‍රශ්න කරන්න බෑ. හරි අපි ඉස්සලා කල්පනා DNA කාරයොත් කල්පනා කරනවා ඉස්සලා මෙහෙට මේ තුනුරුවනද වැඩි DNA කාරයෝ දාන්න. පුරාවස්තුද ඉස්සලාවේ තමුසල දාන්න. ඒක මතක තියාගෙන වැඩ කරන්න ඕන. ඒක නිසා ඒ භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලාගේ මැදිහත් වීම ගැන කිසිවෙකුට කතා කරන්න අයිතියක් නැහැ. දැන් සිද්ධියක් වුණා. ඒක විපත්තියක්. ඒ විපත්තියෙන් පස්සේ මොකද්ද විපත්තිය? බුදු පිළිමය එළියට බඩම්මන්න අනවශ්‍ය ඇතුළු වීමක් කළා අනවශ්‍ය ප්‍රශ්නයක් මේ පොලිසිය උන්දලා.
Every Sinhalese political party also seeks the approval of Bodu Bala Sena before any presidential election. Every candidate goes to this group. Yes. Even the JVP. Even the JVP. Yes.
නිර්මාණය කළ කාගේ හරි බලපෑමට අපි දන්නවා බහුතර දේශපාලන බලය මොකාගේ අතේද තියෙන්නේ ඒ අතේ ඒ බලය තියෙන උන්ගේ අනට මේ.
Once again, noting how Dravidian Sinhala sounds. One of the most common talking points from Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists, or at least this used to be more common, I don't know how common it is now. Actually, no, it is still pretty common. Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists, part of their modus operandi is that they claim to be descended from Aryans. Like, you know, Hitler Aryan, like that kind of Aryan. They're saying that they're the same kind of people that Hitler claimed Germans were, by the way. Remember that shit? Now, the truth of the Sinhalese, by the way, I mean, and the reason that they claim that they're Aryan, quote unquote, the reason that they claim they're Aryan is because Sinhala, the language, is an Indo-Aryan language. It is classified as an Indo-Aryan language. It's related to other Germanic languages. It's related to European languages. It's related to other Indo-European languages, right? That's why they claim, oh, Sinhala is an Aryan language. We speak an Aryan language, therefore we're Aryan or whatever. So oftentimes you'll see Sinhalese people suck up to North Indians. Because again, North Indians, majority are Indo-Aryan speakers. Right? Now, the truth is, Sinhalese people have more in common with South Indians. Sinhalese people, if you trace them, you trace most of them, they're South Indians. They're the same people as us. They're the same motherfuckers as us. They're the same people as South Indians. You go back far enough, a lot of these guys are Malayalis, they're Tamils, they're Kannadigas, they're Telugus. You go back far enough, a lot of the people we now call Sinhalese, they're South Indians. For Sinbud Nats, the perceived enemy is Hindu Tamils, but why is this freak Islamophobia as well? No. No. So here's why. Muslims are another minority on the island, right? And these guys, it's not, I mean, Tamils will always remain the foremost enemy of these guys. Tamils will always remain the foremost enemy. And it's not just like, Tamils are not only Hindu, they're Christian. There are Christian Tamils as well, right? For people like this, the enemy will always be Tamils. The number one enemy will always be Tamils, right? But they also don't like Muslims either. Sinhala Buddhist nationalists do not like Muslims. They do not like Muslims whatsoever. They hate Muslims. They want to eradicate Muslims off the island, and they want to purify the island for Buddha. That's what they really want to do. They currently see Muslims as a very useful tool to agitate against their number one enemy. So they're using their number two enemy to fight their number one enemy. Trust me, the Muslims will be next in line, unfortunately. No, everyone knows that. Muslims are next in line. They are.
මේ පොලිසිය හැසිරෙන විදිහ ඉතින් අපි දන්නවනේ. ඉතින් මේ මෝඩ තීන්දුවක් ගත්තා අනවශ්‍ය ප්‍රශ්නයක් ඇති වුණා. ඒක විපත්තියක්. කස්සප හාමුදුරුවෝ ඉස්පිරිතාලේ, කල්යාණි වංශතිස්ස හාමුදුරුවෝ ඉස්පිරිතාලේ.
Wait, so did the Sinhala basically migrate from Odisha? No. Sinhala people, they're not all from Odisha is what I'm saying. The modern people that do you think that every single Sinhalese person, there's 30 million of them, do you think they're the result of people coming from Bengal? Do you think all of them originally came from Vijaya's empire or whatever, Vijaya's kingdom or whatever? Do you think all of them came from Bengal? Do you think all of them came from Bihar? Do you think all of them came from Odisha? No, of course not. No. What happened was over centuries, South Indians also migrated. Dravidians also migrated. Dravidian speakers also migrated to the island and intermixed with the Sinhalese. They intermixed with the people of the South. And a lot of people, and a lot of South Indians that came to Sri Lanka, that came to the island, got Sinhalized. They completely assimilated. Hello, Mr. Ethno-Narcissist. எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? நல்லா போகுது ஜி. No, SWRD Bandaranaike's ancestor is a Tamil guy. Bet you didn't know that shit, did you? SWRD Bandaranaike's ancestor is a Tamil guy. Neela Perumal. Jayawardhana's ancestors are Chettis. Chettis. Even among the initial waves of Sinhalese migrants to the islands, it's safe to assume several South Indians joined them en route. Exactly. Yes. Chettiars, baby. Chettis, yes, they're Chettis. They're like Jayawardhana was a Chetti. He's from South, his family's from South India originally. That's why this language sounds vaguely Dravidian. That's why it sounds like that.
ඒ නිසා අපට ඒක දැනෙනවා.
Okay. What was I trying to say? There was another thing that I wanted to pull up. Where is it? Where is it? Here. This guy also decided to chime in. Ampitia Sumanaratnatero. We are from the Rajapaksa order. It was the Rajapaksas who placed the robe on our shoulders. We come from the Rajapaksa clan. As the ones who are ordained in that Rajapaksa order, we will follow and protect this national heritage, no matter who leads it. By the way, for the record, this guy he's saying we will cut all of the Tamils in Colombo to pieces. That's what he's saying here. It's the same guy that threatened. This man is the same guy that openly threatened to literally cut, like, slice Tamils into pieces. He decided to chime in. Yes. This guy decided to chime in and say, we are from the Rajapaksa clan. We are from the Rajapaksa order. It's this guy. This is the guy that openly said, we will cut Tamils to pieces. If not every Tamil person will be cut and killed. He's literally threatening genocide, and he's also threatening to literally eviscerate people. Like, he's threatening bloody murder. He's threatening murder, by the way. That's what he's threatening. He's threatening genocide, by the way. Like, this guy has also decided to chime in, saying, no, we are from the Rajapaksa order. It was the Rajapaksas who placed the robe on our shoulder. We come from the Rajapaksa clan. Okay, let's listen to Gajendra Kumar Ponnambalam's speech. And then after that, we'll actually talk about why one of the reasons why this is happening, other than they're just trying to colonize the Tamils.
That history does not repeat itself from now on. From now on. Now, it is in that context, Honourable Presiding Member, I just wish to put the context of this Trincomalee incident properly. The population, Honourable Presiding Member, of Trincomalee in 1827, which is the first census, the Tamil population was 74.52%, the Muslim population was 24.72%, and the Sinhala population was 0.53%. This was in 1827. If you take just before independence, in 1946, the census shows that the Tamil population of Trincomalee was 48.74%, the Muslim population was 39.6%, and the Sinhala population was 9.87%. That increase was due to because the naval command, because of World War II, and the Eastern Command was in Trincomalee. There was a significant Sinhala population that was brought to strengthen the harbour and the naval command there. But if you take the census today, Honourable Presiding Member, the Sinhala population of Trincomalee is 26.97%. So today, when the Tamil people talk in terms of an ethnic conflict, it is because of the deliberate state-sponsored maneuvers that were systematically done over the last 76 years to make the Tamil-speaking people a minority in their own areas of historical habitation. That is the crux of the problem. If you take Trincomalee today, the actions that are happening must be seen in that context. All of these actions are part and parcel of essentially a deliberate policy to ensure that the people who have historically habited that area are put in their place, and that they must leave because it's not safe for them, because they have no place there, because the state will back them and will allow them not back the occupiers and not allow the habitual inhabitants to live peacefully.
He's right. I no notes. He's right. He's absolutely right here. He's right. No notes. He's absolutely right. Oh, this I didn't even realize. What the fuck? Hold on a second. Oh, get the fuck out of here. This is delicious. This is delicious. At the end of August 2005, President Kumaratunga appointed Vasantha Karanagowda naval chief upon the retirement of Daya Sandagiri, overlooking Mohan Jayavikrama, the second in command next to Sandagiri. The press held that this was a political appointment where the Kumaratunga rewarded Karanagowda for giving her such information pertaining to the LTTE build-up in Trincomalee, bypassing the UNP government, as helped to make her case for taking over the defense ministry. The atmosphere was bound to make others in security services nervous and drive everyone to court political favors, and those holding office nervous of a change of regime. In this ambience, with continuing LTTE provocations to the Sinhalese in Trincomalee, while its Pongal Tamil celebrations are thrown in, The surreptitiously raised Buddha statue in front of the fish market and tavern further raised the heat. This is actually, first off, this is not the first time a Buddha statue was done in Trincomalee, was erected in Trincomalee City. Right? As I've said, this is not the first time. But what's delicious is the following. The JVP-backed Northeast Sinhala Organization and the Trincomalee Three-Wheel Drivers Association were the main parties behind the erection of the Buddha statue under cover of the night on 15th May 2005. Oh, this is too delicious. This is delicious. Remember how I said JVP were labor Zionists? Here's that Zionism part. Here's the Zionism part of that labor Zionism. Fucking delicious. This is akin to Hindutva Psycho's narrative about Kashmir. They bring up its Hindu past to downplay the indigeneity of Kashmiris. Yes. I mean, this is the same old tired playbook. Israel does it. India does it. Like, Lanka does this. Indonesia also does this. Every settler colonial country, every country that engages in settler colonialism does historical revisionism. Chad, the JVP did this in 2005. The JVP was involved in this in 2005. In the same exact shit, by the way. JVP. The current ruling party. This I was actually not aware of. I didn't realize this. I was not aware of this. I was aware of what the JVP did with regards to denying aid. I was not aware of the fact that this happened. They were specifically involved in the erection of a Buddha statue. Marxist-Leninist, by the way. Marxist-Leninism. Like Marxist-Leninist Nazism. That's what JVP is. This is delicious. I didn't even realize this. I didn't know this at all. On President Kumartunga's instructions, the Ministry of Defense obtained an intelligence report which charged that Rear Admiral Sarath Weerasekara, who headed the Eastern Command, quote-unquote, addressed this group, a team of three-wheel drivers, offering a transport service, and assured them that he would ensure the statue would not be removed. Kumartunga replaced Weerasekara in the Eastern Command with Rear Admiral Ratnakirti, Weerasekara's classmate at Ananda College and a few months his senior. This is delicious.
I thank you, Honorable.
Here you go. This is the speech that I was looking for. There's another. I'm going to go make some coffee while we watch.
Presiding member.
Wait, can I go watch this?
I wish to.
Okay, you know what? This
comment,
is instead of this, we'll just watch it on YouTube. Also, ignore the quality. Ignore the quality. This is just how this stuff works, okay? It is.
I thank you.
It's recently. It's from November 17th. It was from 5 days ago.
Honorable Presiding Member, I wish to commence my speech today by making reference to the incidents that took place in Trincomalee last evening and this morning. I think it is relevant to the Ministry of Justice because I want to make it relevant to this ministry. This government, Honourable Presiding Member, came to power on the crying call to get rid of racism. And one of the calls was that the Tamil people and the Muslim population in this country have grievances because of racist policies that were pursued by consecutive governments since independence. That is the position of the NPP and the JVP today. And on that basis, the policy of the government was going to put right those wrongs, to bring about a system change to ensure that that history does not repeat itself from now on. From now on. Now, it is in that context, Honourable Presiding Member, I just wish to put the context of this Trincomalee incident properly. The population, Honourable Presiding Member, of Trincomalee in 1827, which is the first census, the Tamil population was 74.52%, the Muslim population was 24.72%, and the Sinhala population was 0.53%. This was in 1827. If you take just before independence, in 1946, the census shows that the Tamil population of Trincomalee was 48.74%, the Muslim population was 39.6%, and the Sinhala population was 9.87%. That increase was due to because the Naval Command, because of World War II, and the Eastern Command was in Trincomalee, there was a significant Sinhala population that was brought to strengthen the harbour and the Naval Command there. But if you take the census today, Honourable Presiding Member, the Sinhala population of Trincomalee is 26.97%. So today, when the Tamil people talk in terms of an ethnic conflict, it is because of the deliberate state-sponsored maneuvers that were systematically done over the last 76 years to make the Tamil-speaking people a minority in their own areas of historical habitation. That is the crux of the problem. If you take Trincomalee today, the actions that are happening must be seen in that context. All of these actions are part and parcel of essentially a deliberate policy to ensure that the people who have historically habited that area are put in their place and that they must leave because it's not safe for them, because they have no place there. Because the state will back them and will allow them not back the occupiers and not allow the habitual inhabitants to live peacefully in those areas. This incident is a part of it. We are not opposed to Buddhist temples being built. We are not opposed to Sinhalese Buddhists coming into the Northeast and coming and living. I said this the other day in my budget second reading speech. That has never been a problem. But when the state systematically manipulates a situation where the people who have historically habited the area are put at a severe disadvantage and they are in fact disenfranchised, where their identity is being threatened, then that is a cause of conflict. And that is what is happening. That is what is happening. Now this particular vihare, that area, it was already been given to them, and because of the tsunami in 2004, there was a small building there. It got completely wiped out, and as a result, in 2004, that area was relocated to the Sangamitta Vihari in 2004 instead of this area that is in the beach. The 2004 government at that time allocated land next to the Sangamitta Vihare and made this public land so that it can be used for tourism. Then in 2014, under the Mahinda Rajapaksa government, despite the fact that these lands, alternate lands was allocated because that area was declared a high-risk zone soon after the tsunami, and for nearly, if my information is correct, in Trincomalee, nearly 300 meters, the Coastal Conservation Department has got the authorization not to allow any buildings to be built for 300 meters from the coastline. And because of that, they were given alternate land. But in 2000
Again, I have no notes. I have no notes about this. I have no notes. I have nothing to add to what he's saying, generally. I have nothing to add. Camera's out of focus. All right, let's try this. All right. There we go. I have nothing more to add to this. I have more to add to this, honestly. Sorry, I have nothing to add to this, rather. I have nothing to add to this. He's right. He's like, he's spitting. There's nothing else I can add to this.
In 2014, the Mahinda Rajapaksa government again allocated land.
I can't imagine what led to this moment. Gajendra Kumar is probably the only politician that I think is actually, like, he's actually hiding his power level. He is the only person, he's the only Tamil politician that I think is hiding his power level. Genuinely. I think Gajendra Kumar hates everyone in that room more than you realize, which is a good thing. You want to know why he probably hates everyone in that room? Because his father was assassinated. Brother, Gajendra Kumar Ponambalam's father was assassinated, allegedly, by the Bandaranaike administration. His father was assassinated. His father is a martyr. Kumar Ponambalam was assassinated. So this man probably hates everyone in that room more than people realize. And good. He should hate everyone in that fucking, like, well, not everyone, obviously. He should hate most of the people in that fucking room. Good. Good. Most of the people in that fucking room are bastards. Fuck them. Good. He should hate everyone, most people in that fucking room. Good. I think Gajendra Kumar Ponambalam is legit hiding his power level. I think he's hiding his power level, and that's good. Because when you listen to what Gajendra Kumar Ponambalam says, there is almost nothing that you can, there's very little that you can disagree with. He's just simply laying out the facts. And he's saying, this is why the Tamil people feel the way that they do. He's just laying out what's happening. He's literally saying, yeah, this is what happened. This is what happened in 2004. This is what happened in 2005. And this is why the Tamil people feel a particular way when these incidents happened. That's all he's saying here. He's openly just saying things as a matter of fact. He's not. Is Sridharan also very good? Sridharan is also very good. Sridharan is also very good. I mean, like, Sridharan is also very good. There's lots of Ila Tamil politicians that are extremely good. Right? There's I forgot his name already. There's Gajendran. There's Gajendran also. Gajendran is also good.
Again allocated land to this vihar.
The guy, okay.
And that was just
The guy sitting next to Gajendra Kumar Ponambalam, Ramanathan Archuna. Archuna is very interesting character, let's just say. Gajendran is a crazy name. Elam Tamil names are, I was talking to my Elam Tamil friend about this yesterday or a couple days ago. And one thing I've noticed, yeah, this man is speaking matter of fact, no BS, no nothing. He's just spitting facts. Mano Ganesan is based as well? No. I do not agree with Mano Ganesan on a couple of things. On a couple of major big ticket items. I don't agree with Mano Ganesan and what's his face? The guy from Kandy or the Nuarelia area. Jeevan Thondaman and Jeevan Thondaman as well as Mano Ganesan. I feel like there are some, I mean, Jeevan Thondaman is kind of like, he's privileged Nepo baby, doesn't understand any struggle that Malayga Tamils go through, right? Doesn't understand a fucking thing, right? He's just he's privileged Nepo baby that sucks up to South India, okay? Mano Ganesan. No, that's literally, okay, do you want to know this man's full name? Here. Hold on. This is Gajendra Kumar's full name, okay? The fuck? No, what the fuck? Why do I keep opening new shit? His name is Gajendra Kumar Gangesar Ponambalam. That's his name. Gajendra Kumar Gangesar Ponambalam. That's his actual name. His father, Kumar is his nickname. His father's name is literally Kasi Nadar Gangesar Ponambalam. This is not a name you'll ever hear in Tamil Nadu. It's a very different name. Elam Tamil names tend to be extremely different. Like Ganapati Pillai, Gangesar Ponambalam. That's Gigi Ponambalam. What does the middle name mean? I think it has something to do with Ganges, I think. Is that Elam Tamil names are very different, right? It's a very different, you can kind of tell when a Tamil name is actually an Elam Tamil name. Because Indian Tamils just don't follow those kinds of naming conventions. We just don't.
Hence my speech today by kept quiet. Everything was going on smoothly. And then last week, there was a tuck shop that was going to be built. And as a result, the Coast Conservation Department took the Vihara authorities to court, saying that that structure was illegal. And the relevant legal representations wanted 1 week's time until they get it sorted out, until they get the full brief. And in the meantime, this incident has taken place. So this is the background. When there was no ethnic issue there, it was the Coastal Department that went in and took certain steps, legal steps. Then it is made an ethnic issue, and it is made a racist issue, and all hell breaks loose. Now, it is in that backdrop, Honourable Presiding Member, that the Honourable Minister, Ananda Vijayapala, was approached by several people yesterday. And to his credit, yesterday, whatever decisions that were taken was something that was correct. That is what your government came to power for, to stand by the law and to ensure that there is no racism, that there should not be any racism. But you backtracked. And today that same minister shamefully comes to this house and lies and says that that decision was taken yesterday purely to protect that statue. Now, Honourable Presiding Member, where the Ministry of Justice comes in here is this ministry has the responsibility to ensure that racist acts of the past are done away with. That racist mistakes of the past that led to tensions that were deliberately done soon after the war to exacerbate situations, to ensure that colonization projects can take place at a pace, those steps must be reversed. That is where the Ministry of Justice must come in. You are, at the end of the day, the ministry that must prevail if justice is to prevail. And your steps must not be to give in to pressure. Because that pressure is coming from a significant minority in today's context. If we are to take your mandate seriously, that racist attitude was defeated promptly. 159 members got elected for you all on the basis that you all won't act the same way that they did.
He's right. I mean, dude, this is the thing. He's right. He's right. Dude, there's not a single thing. This is the most matter-of-fact speech from a politician I've ever heard. He's right. He's just straight up telling it how it is. I've never seen this matter-of-fact a speech from a politician ever. He's literally just saying exactly what's happening. He's right. He's literally right. There's nothing to add to what he's saying here. He's right. This is why Gajendra Gajen is so popular, because he's telling it like it is. That's why he's so popular among Ila Tamils. I should share this. He should be the next prime minister. Nayeli Spaghetti, I don't think you understand the situation. He does not want to be the prime minister of Sri Lanka. He does not want to be the prime minister of Sri Lanka. I don't think you're getting the point here. He's saying, I mean, deep down, he believes he wants to be part of Iram. Deep down, he wants to be part of Tamil. That's what he wants deep down. So, Arun, do you think the majority of Sinhalese people don't give a fuck about this and it's a minority of extremists pushing this? I feel like that's what he's saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. Here's the thing. That Sinhalese Buddhist nationalist minority, it's not just some, like I was saying earlier, if you push hard enough on the majority of especially Sinhalese people on what they believe should be done here, they will all be saying, no, this actually used to belong to us 100 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago, 3,000 years ago, right? If you poll the majority of Sinhalese people and you press them hard enough, right? You ask them, okay, did this used to be your land or not? Right? If you were to ask them that, they'd be like, yes, this used to be our land. Now the Tamils are on it. That is the underlying fundamental assumption that people are operating on. So it's not that a majority of Sinhalese people don't give a shit about this. Like, from their day-to-day life, there's probably other shit that they prioritize. But they're absolutely going to stand by as this shit happens because they fundamentally believe that, no, that used to belong to us. And now the bloody Tamils are on top of it. Now the bloody Tamils are living there.
But today what you have done is that you have capitulated.
You got to bring this guy on your stream if you can, or do an interview with him. I will be honest, I don't think he likes me. I don't think he likes me very much. So I don't think that'll happen. I don't think he likes me very much. But because there are things that he's done that I absolutely don't agree with, right? He's spoken at the British Conservative Tamils Forum, which I'm like, dude, what are you doing, man? Assuming much? No, I have interacted with him, and the interactions are they have been less than stellar. He followed me for a quick second, then he unfollowed me. So I'm assuming that things are, if that's the situation, I'm thinking, okay, we're kind of on like, does he know you? He's seen some of my tweets before, yes.
No, instead what you must do is you must go to the Sinhala people. The Sinhala people didn't oppose it yesterday when those actions were taken. Who opposed it? Goons from the outer skirts of Trincomalee district were brought in. One of our members of parliament were assaulted by those very same goons. There are cases against those people. They were the ones who were brought in to create mayhem. The ordinary general Sinhala public did not oppose it because they voted for you. They voted for the honorable Tamil member who represents your party from Trincomalee. So it is your duty not to reverse and capitulate. On the contrary, what you must do is you must go to the people and tell them the truth. You must explain to them what is right. You must explain to them that what an injustice that has been done. Instead of that, you have completely betrayed. You have completely betrayed those Tamils and non-Sinhala voters who trusted you and who had voted for you. That is what you have done, honorable presiding member. So this must change.
He's right.
Finally, I wish to...
He's right. He's absolutely right here. He's right. Like, zero notes. No notes. I mean, I have nothing else to add here. He's right.
The office of the Special Office for Public Prosecutions was something, even in the last debate, we welcomed. I welcomed it.
He's saying Tamils also... He's saying Tamils also voted for that government. He's not wrong. Yeah, he's right. Tamils did vote for JVP. Yeah, there are lots of Tamil members of the JVP and the NPP right now. He's not wrong about that. Right? What people are saying, which is incorrect, the incorrect thing that people say is that the majority of Tamils voted for the JVP or the NPP, which isn't true. That didn't happen. The majority of Tamils did not vote for the JVP or NPP. What happened is they just happened to get the most votes. They didn't get 50%. Getting above 50%, which is a majority, right? Versus getting like 30 to 40%, two different things, right? They just happen to be the largest party at that point in time. But it's been painted as though everyone voted for the JVP, Tamils voted for the JVP, Tamils voted for the NPP, everything's fine now. Complete nonsense, complete bullshit. It's complete fucking bullshit. But he's not incorrect when he said, yeah, lots of Tamils joined the NPP, they joined the JVP because they thought this NPP and JVP were different. Is turnout amongst Tamils even high considering its occupation? It's not. Historically, Tamil turnout has not been high. It's not that high to begin with. But that was also because people hated the administration at the time, so it was a massive anti-incumbency vote as well, right? Yes. And the incumbency in this regard didn't just mean the Rajapaksa administration. The incumbency also meant the UNP and anyone that is remotely related to those guys. So that also meant SJB. SJB was also, people were done with SJB because they're just an offshoot of the UNP. They're UNP sloppy seconds, right? That's what the SJB are. That's what Sajid Premadas's party is. Sajid's party is just UNP sloppy seconds, right? JVP was the only real outsider party here, quote unquote, right? Anura Kumar Dissanayake was the only candidate that was an actual outsider relative to everyone else.
I welcomed it because there is an inherent conflict of interest,
I need to change my alert.
which cannot be allowed to continue. These are international standards that we're talking of. This is not to try and make out that the honorable lawyers of the Attorney General's Department are inherently biased. The system is faulty. And justice must not only be done, it must be seen to be done, means that you can't have a department that defends the government of the day to also prosecute against the government. Well, that's the basic rule. However, Honorable Presiding Member, this government has tried to make the Special Prosecutor's Office as the answer for the heinous crimes that this has tried to make the Special Prosecutor's Office as the answer for the heinous crimes that the Sri Lankan military is accused of, that the Sri Lankan state is accused of during the war. Those are two different things, Honorable Presiding Member. Please be very clear. The Tamil people will support the creation and the Tamil parties will support the creation of a public prosecutor's office, because that must happen. That must happen regardless of the heinous crimes that took place. Because if Sri Lanka is to have a credible system, that office is fundamental. But if the government...
One second. I'm getting a call.
as it has tried to show in Geneva, tries to make out that such an office can in fact deal with the war-related heinous crimes of genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, then that is a big, big mistake, because that will never be accepted. That will never be accepted. And it is for that reason, Honorable Presiding Member, that when the ITK are calling for a division today under the Ministry of Justice, we will be supporting their call to vote against this ministry, because this ministry and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has, on the question of the heinous crimes that were committed during the war, has systematically tried to ensure that the victims not get justice.
What would be the best choice, lesser of two evils? Full reform? No, Dosa, you're wrong. Dosa, you're wrong. What do you mean full reform? You are never going to reform a state. You are never going to reform a state that was specifically designed for settler colonialism. You are never going to reform a state that was designed for settler colonialism. In order to actually get real change, you have to break it. You have to break it. And the best way of breaking it is splitting the island. That's it. You split the fucking island. JVP isn't the better choice. As I just explained to you earlier, as I just showed you earlier, they also engaged, they also were involved in constructing a Buddha statue in 2005. So JVP also sucks. JVP is also garbage, right? So they also suck. There's no better option here. The only way for this to work is to split the island. One side is Tamariram, one side is Iram, the other one is Sri Lanka. You can't reform Israel, right? You cannot reform Israel. That's not how that works. You cannot reform Sri Lanka. That is impossible. Exactly. As Gurkha is saying, you fundamentally cannot reform Israel. You cannot reform Sri Lanka. You cannot. You have to break the state apparatus, and the only way to do it is to split the island in two. That's it. That is the only way.
The same way all previous governments have behaved. If you are not going to follow their footsteps...
Chatters, JVP literally protested the fact that the Bandaranaike administration provided, not the Rajapaksa administration, the Bandaranaike administration, the CBK administration, providing aid to Tamil people during a tsunami. There is no reform here. Yes. Correct. There is no reform here. You have to split the island in two. That's it. Like that's it. One side becomes Iram, one side becomes Sri Lanka. That's it. That's the only way forward. You cannot reform this country. You cannot reform this country. It is impossible. You cannot reform a settler colonial state. You cannot do that. It is impossible to reform a settler colonial state.
Then you surely can't be standing for the same principles and for the same actions that they have been pursuing. So for that simple reason, we will be voting against this ministry. Thank you.
ස්තුතියි ගරු මන්ත්‍රීතුමනි මීළඟට ගරු අධිකරණතුමා
ඔව් ත්‍රිකුණාමලේ වුණු සිද්ධිය සම්බන්ධයෙන් ගරු ගජේන්ද්‍ර කුමාර පොන්නමල මැතිතුමා දක්වන දාන discuss it later perhaps. The DPP will prosecute every crime in this country. Everything else I think want to kill a වෙනම නීතියක් නෑ හැමෝම එක නීතියකටත්. At the same time I will call for everyone to understand whether you are in the north, east or south, you are a Sri Lankan and you are safe with our government. We will not allow racism to raise its ugly head, not at any point. So
okay, man. Okay, motherfucker, what do you mean? You just allowed a rally in Nugegora to happen. What the fuck are you talking about? You just allowed a Nazi rally in Nugegora. What the fuck are you talking about? You won't allow racism to rear its ugly head again. You just did on the 21st. You literally allowed Sinhalese Buddhist Nazis to rally in Nugegora. What the fuck are you talking about? When I initially joined Arun's stream, I also used to think reform was possible in Sri Lanka. But then I learned and I was like, no way, you got to split the island. I used to think the same way. I used to think that reform in Sri Lanka was possible. I thought like my original conception was that of every Indian Tamil, which is, hey, listen, the war was bad. You know, genocide was committed. But I guess we got to like try and work together to make things a better place. That was my original conception of it originally. And then I dug deep into it and I learned actually what the fuck was happening. And as it turns out, no, you cannot. Like you can't, this is not a, you cannot reform this country. This country's unreformed. You cannot reform this country. You cannot reform Sri Lanka. The entire state apparatus is designed to steal land from non-Sinhalese Buddhist people. It is specifically designed to commit violence against non-Sinhalese Buddhist people, mainly the Tamils, mainly Elam Tamils. That is what the Sri Lankan state apparatus is for. That is its sole existence. There is no such thing as a secular Sri Lankan state. There is no such thing. There is no such thing as a secular Sri Lanka. That is a lie. It is a lie. It is a lie manufactured by Sri Lankan. It is a lie manufactured by the Sri Lankan state, the Sri Lankan army. It's too far gone. No, Drew, it's not too far gone. It was always designed this way. It's not that it's too far gone. It was always designed day one, from the first day. I mean, under present conditions, a reform may be impossible, but in a better world, would a joint foreign military intervention supporting Elam Tamils would be best to unite the land under one rule to impose humanism. No. Split the fucking island. Split the fucking island now and worry about that shit hundreds of years down the line. No. You split the island, you make a new state called Elam because the Elam state, I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in states. I don't believe in the concept of states. I think ultimately we have to fight against states. But I also realize that in dire situations such as this, the establishment of a state can be used as a good legal boundary to prevent settler colonialism. No, this is a completely weird take. This is very dumb. Like, I'm sorry. Nitzelbrain, I'm very sorry. This is a weird take. This is just not, you don't understand anything about Sri Lanka. You don't understand anything about this island if you think that's a viable solution. You just don't. You fundamentally do not understand Sri Lankan politics. You fundamentally do not understand Sri Lankan history if you think that this is salvageable. If you think that is a solution, you fundamentally do not understand this country. You do not. There is no way you understand Sri Lanka. Two-state solution now. One side is Elam, one side is Sri Lanka. Sort everything out later. The whole point of establishing a separate state is to stop the genocide. That's the point. The point of establishing an Elam state is to stop the ongoing settler colonialism and genocide by establishing an international boundary. That's the point. That's the entirety of the point. The reason that this is able to happen in the first place is because Sri Lanka has convinced the entire world that Elam belongs to them. They've convinced the entire world that the Tamils are foreign invaders and that any brutalization of the Tamils, any brutalization of the other minorities, of the Muslims, so on and so forth, is justified. Because the Sinhalese supposedly used to own that land 3,000 years ago. The difference is, Israel has set up, part of the reason that Israel has apartheid baked directly into stone, right? They have it baked directly into law, is because according to the UN, Palestine is supposed to be a separate state, right? So they have introduced various legal mechanisms in order to enforce their, colonial rule over Palestine. That's what Israel has done. That is why it has all this legal apparatus, right? Sri Lanka doesn't need any of that. Sri Lanka can do to Tamils whatever the fuck it wants, right? So long as it's not over the top stupid, but so long as it's not over the top brutal, right? And they can get away with it because the entire world says, no, this is Sri Lanka. That was a solution for the Nazis, brother, in every fascist state ever. I was presenting an alternative. Also, you also do. Sri Lankans will not, will not suddenly decide, okay, let's be the good guys here and split this land. After watching you and a couple of other stuff, you cannot change my opinion that demonizing separatists is settler fascist propaganda worldwide. Chat, please understand that it's the rhetoric they want you to believe so that they can continue not being held accountable. Is it time for the list? It's been a long time since we pulled up the list. Is it time? Military intervention from who? Who do you think is going to come help the Tamils? Because I got a bunch of different countries that have demonstrated that they're not willing to help. Who is going to help? Who the fuck? Who the fuck is going to help? Who the fuck is going to help? Who the fuck is going to help when these are the countries all helping Sri Lanka? Who the fuck is going to help? Unrelated, but before the Sri Lankan state was devised, where did the Sinbud Nazism come from? The British. The British cooked up Sinbud nationalism. The British. What happened was the document that is the basis of Sinhalese Buddhist nationalism, Mahavamsa, was discovered in an old abandoned temple as part of the British's archaeological excavations. They found the Mahavamsa. They thought that the Mahavamsa was super important, and so they translated it from Pali which is the original language of the Mahavamsa, to English. And they realized, oh my God, wait a minute, this is an incredible tool. The British started this shit. Also, Chatter, Cuba supported Sri Lanka, by the way. They didn't know. I mean, they didn't supply arms to Sri Lanka or anything. So this is like, I mean, Argentina should be on this list. It's not. North Korea should be on this list. It's not. Greece shouldn't be on this list. Right? Greece should not be on this list. But France should be. I mean, I think France is right to be on this list. The point that I'm saying is that the entire world has backed Sri Lanka. The entire world has backed Sri Lanka. The entire world has sold weapons to Sri Lanka. So who's coming to help the Tamils? This is an incredibly stupid take. I'm sorry. What are we doing here? What are we doing here, man? இந்தியா தான் வரும். இந்தியா தான் வரணும். ஜி ஒன்னு சொல்றேன். ஒன்னு காமிக்கிறேன், ஓகேவா? இது கொஞ்சம் பாருங்களேன். செக்ஷுவல் வயலன்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்களா? ஐபிகேஎஃப் என்னெல்லாம் பண்ணியிருக்காங்களே. ஐபிகேஎஃப் என்ன பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னு தெரியுமா உங்களுக்கு? ஐபிகேஎஃப் என்னெல்லாம் பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னு தெரியுமா? India is not coming. India is not coming to help, G. India is not coming to help. India is part of the fucking problem. India is probably the second most responsible for the war crimes, aside from Lanka themselves. India is the second most responsible for this. Yeah, India literally came and made shit worse. Like military intervention. We saw what happened. I literally agreed with you and then specifically said it in a better world as in not now, bro. I know the West and China are flooding Sri Lanka with genocide goodies. I watched your documentary and either way, splitting Lanka and invading them won't happen until under present conditions, sadly. Don't act like I'm a genocidal freak for presenting a mere alternative as you do. No one said you're genocidal. I'm saying you do not understand this. I'm saying you do not understand what's going on if you think this is like... We're just saying why that's not, like, why this is wrong. We're not calling you a genocidal... We're not treating you as though you're a genocidal freak or anything. We're not saying that. I'm simply saying that this is, like, what you are talking... Like, I think the main issue that I take with what you're saying is that it's a very defeatist attitude. The issue that I have with what you're saying is that it's a very defeatist attitude. Like, no, like we have to try. We have to try. I refuse to accept defeat. I refuse to let these war criminals win. Also, by the way, I'm literally not your enemy. Like, I'm sorry. People that say don't act, I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy. Like, just shut the fuck up. No, I'm not your enemy. I've seen, like, I'm not saying you in particular, but I'm saying that a lot of people that say, why are you yelling at us? We're not your enemy. You're making so many enemies. You have not done anything to earn my trust. You have not done anything. Not you in particular, but I'm saying people that say this in general to me, because I've seen this 1,000 different times. When I've criticized people like Hassan, when I've criticized people like for basically treating this as though it's nothing, right? When I've criticized larger streamers like Caroline for treating this as though it's like nothing, they can go sleep at night for. Like, you haven't done anything to earn my trust on this particular issue. Like, we may agree on 90% of other issues, but this issue is extremely important to me. This issue is extremely important to, you know, my friends and my family. And for you to come to me and say, no, you don't understand. Don't make enemies out of us. We're your friends. No. Unless you're with us, then you're not my ally. Unless you demonstrate that you're with us, you're not an ally of mine. It's very simple. I think people get way too comfortable and think, oh, well, you know, we agree on free healthcare. We agree on anti-fascism. We agree on being pro-Palestine, right? We agree on a free Palestine. We agree on anti-BJP politics. We agree on you know, all of this different thing, right? We agree on all sorts of things. My point is, unless you start making this a portion of your advocacy, you ain't an ally. I'm sorry. Like, you can't come and tone police me for being a fucking asshole. Fuck you. People have been recently telling me I've been turning into a fucking asshole. Yeah, I have been turning into a fucking asshole. You want to know why? I have been angry. Because I've been yelling about this for 3 fucking years, and the people that are supposed to be my allies won't fucking say a word about this. The people that are constantly jumping up and down saying, oh, we're your allies, we're your friends, we're your this, we're your that. They don't say a fucking thing about this until they're prompted to, until someone pressures them to, until they get pressured to say anything about this, even the most milquetoast thing about this. Like, it's like, you are not in a position to tell me whether you're an ally or not. You're not. People, I mean, even I would make the argument I'm not in a position to determine allyhood or not, because I'm an Indian Tamil, whatever, so on and so forth. Or sometimes they will mention it once just to get people like me off of their fucking back. And then they'll never mention it again. Sometimes it's even worse. Sometimes they'll mention it once and never talk about it again. Just as an appeasement tactic. Rather than realizing that these countries collaborate with one another to engage in the exact same tactics of settler colonialism and genocide. They engage in the exact same collaboration tactics. They engage in the same, they work with each other. Whether it's West Papua, whether it's Iram, whether it's Western Sahara, whether it's Palestine, you know, Kashmir, Balochistan, so on and so forth. Instead of recognizing that shit, what ends up happening is that whenever I bring this issue up, I'm treated as though like, oh, you know, whatever, whenever I say like, hey, this issue isn't being picked up enough, right? People are not picking this issue up enough. And Asdeef, who's a Sudanese person in this chat, a Sudanese streamer, you should go check him out, right? He's felt the same thing as me. He's felt the exact same thing as me. He knows exactly what I'm describing here. Alexandria Star, who's a Kashmiri streamer, knows exactly what I'm describing here. So when people come to me and say, hey, why are you making an enemy out of the left? Why are you making an enemy out of the left? Why are you being an asshole? Why are you doing this? Because I tried being nice. And I always put my best foot forward. I always put my best foot forward. I don't want to be the asshole. I don't like being an asshole. I don't like being a dick. I don't like being angry. Do you think it's normal? Do you think I like being in a constant state of anger? Do you think it's giving me mental peace? I have to be angry. I have to be this way. I'm forced to be angry. I am forced to be angry because every other option has been exhausted. Every option with regards to being nice has been exhausted. It's been exhausted. I've tried doing it. Like, that's the point. You're not in a position to say whether you're an ally or not. That's just not, I don't even care about this idea of allyship to begin with, right? To be fair, right? But you can't be the one saying, shut the fuck up. You cannot be the ones to say, shut the fuck up, we're on your side. You cannot be the ones to say, we're on your side, don't attack us. We determine whether you're on our side or not. That's not how this shit works, right? You don't dictate, you cannot dictate the terms of how this agreement works. You cannot determine that shit. We do. We do that shit. We do that shit. We determine whether you're cool or not. Very simple. Is good that you're chastising just big streamers for their apathy towards Elam. You could have easily chased popularity by dick riding China. No, man. This has always been a core issue of mine. No. Ila Tamil liberation has always been a core issue of mine. Even when I was like, justice for Elam Tamils, this has always been a core issue of mine on this stream. Ever since it's always been a core issue of my stream. Right? Like, this is what I'm going to be talking about. It's a core issue. One, because it doesn't get any coverage. I'm probably the only one that consistently talks about this. Right? In this space, I'm the only one that consistently talks about this. You can ask anyone. Anyone, by the way, if you've seen any other streamer cover the TRINCOMALEE incident, it's because I told them about it. Maple covered it because I told him about it. Ray covered it because I told them about it. Brett covered it because I told him about it. I asked him to cover it. The point that I'm trying to say is that you don't get to tell me whether you're an ally or not. You don't get to tell me whether we're cool or not. I do that. I fucking say whether you're cool or not. Elam Tamil say whether you're fucking cool or not. Very simple. And even then, like, we're none of the Tamils, or especially Elam Tamils, they're not a monolith. No one's a monolith, right? Everyone's going to have different opinions on how things should go. But again, you can't come to us and say, oh, you're on our side. You can't do that. I'm not saying that you're doing it in particular, Schnitzel Brain, but I'm saying I've seen this rhetoric a lot from people that are like, why are you coming and attacking us? Me calling you guys out for whack shit is not like attacking you. I am trying to make you guys better. I'm not trying to tear you guys down. I am trying to make your advocacy stronger. When I am attacking quote unquote, when people say I'm attacking larger creators for this shit, I am trying to help them. I am trying to help their advocacy of Palestine become stronger, because I am giving them very easy to digest talking points as to how Israel has collaborated with Sri Lanka, where Israel is getting its ideas from, that this is a consistent pattern that states engage in. I am not saying that these people suck. I am doing the opposite. I am trying to make the advocacy for Palestine much stronger. I am trying to make it stronger by saying this is not specific to Israel or Palestine. Israel or Palestine is not the most unique thing we've ever seen, right? This is a pattern. This is a way we're trying to, the way I'm making this advocacy stronger is I'm saying this is not, advocacy for Palestine is not anti-Semitism. It cannot be. Because if you advocate for Palestine, the most morally consistent position is to advocate for Yidam liberation. It is to advocate for the oppressed peoples of every single part of the globe. That's what I'm doing. I am not trying to tear anyone down. In fact, I'm doing the opposite. I am making their advocacy for Palestine and the things that they care about even stronger. Because I am giving them several extra examples of the exact same things they advocate against. I am giving them more evidence. I am giving them more examples of the same kind of atrocities, the same kind of nationalism that we're all opposed to. That's what I'm trying to do. When I'm pressuring other people to talk about this sort of thing, I'm not attacking them. I'm saying, no, what you are doing isn't enough. And if you actually did this, you would actually be making your talking points much stronger. By understanding what Sri Lanka is doing, you can make your advocacy for Palestine even stronger. That's why I'm saying you're not in a position to tell me whether you're a friend or not. You're not in a position to tell me that. You're simply not. You're not in a position to tell me whether you're a friend or not. Whether you're an ally or whatever the fuck, you're not in a position to tell me whether you're cool or not. We have to make that determination. We do that. And the way we determine that is by your actions. We determine whether you're cool or not based on the actions that you take. And the actions that have been taken so far by the largest political commentators do not suffice. They do not suffice. Very simple. The oppressed will be the judges of your advocacy, not you yourself. This is not to start drama. This is not to start anything, right? This is me saying this is not about drama. This is not about oh, this streamer, that streamer, this content creator, this content creator. This is about again the same political issue I've been advocating for 3, 4, 5 years at this point. Right? Also, Elam will decide what they want, and they've decided and fought for a separate state. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. This thing where like, oh, you're an asshole, you're not nice anymore. Fuck you. I tried being nice. Fuck you. Fuck you. I tried being nice. Fuck you. I literally tried being nice to you people. Fuck you. Fuck you guys. I tried being nice. I tried being nice. And I'm still being nice by saying, hey, this is how you can improve your advocacy. I'm still giving you talking points. I'm still giving you tools in your tool belt for advocacy. That is what I'm doing now. Even today, I'm still doing that. Yes, it's understanding how different struggles are linked, which helps build solidarity and gives a clear image of how imperialism works and how to defeat it. Some people have too much of a tendency to throw solidarity under the bus because they don't understand these struggles are shared and treat your issues as a distraction. Yes, when you start treating things like Elam as a distraction, when you start treating issues like Western Sahara and all these different anti-colonial issues as a distraction from what is considered to be the main contradiction, you are unironically leaving tools that make your own advocacy stronger on the table. You are shooting yourself in the foot. You are actually shooting yourself in the fucking foot by doing this. That's what I'm saying. By throwing solidarity under the bus like that, by saying I don't give a shit, or by basically ignoring these issues, you are leaving valuable tools on the table. You are leaving tools on the table that could make your points even stronger than usual. Do you think that here's a great example. Here's a concrete example. Someone asks you, do you think Israel should exist? I don't think Sri Lanka in its current form should exist. You can immediately say states don't have a right to exist, and Sri Lanka is another great example of it. Oh, you're anti-Semitic. You are anti-Semitic for advocating for Palestine. I am not only advocating for Palestine, I am advocating for Iran. Does that make me anti-Sinhalese? Does that make me racist towards Sinhalese? Does that make me, does that make me pro-imperialist? That's a concrete example of what I'm talking about here. That's a concrete example of exactly the kind of talking points that you can use to make your advocacy stronger. I'm leaving a lot, like I'm not attacking anyone. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm saying you can do better. And I'm saying if you actually seriously engage with this topic and you understand the material and you actually gave a shit about brown and black people and you gave a shit about the Tamils, and you give a shit about all these different oppressed people, you realize it's a pattern. It's a pattern of states engaging in this historical pattern of colonialism, of settler colonialism. You realize it's a pattern. It's an ongoing pattern. I'm saying that these talking points, learning about Elam, learning about the Elam liberation struggle, can make your can make your advocacy for Palestine even stronger. And I'm saying you are making a big mistake. You are making a really, really dumb, stupid, fucking big mistake by leaving this on the table. That's what I'm saying. By saying, oh, we're your allies, so shut the fuck up. We're your friends. We're your this. We're your that. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and fall in line. I'm saying this to people for your own fucking good. I'm saying this to people who want to be allies, who want to be friends or whatever. First off, I'm not Hassan. I care about this issue, and since watching the documentary, I bring up Elam Tummels in every discussion that I have. No, did you listen to what I said? First off, I'm not going after you. Hold on, you're taking what I'm saying personally. That's not what I'm saying. You're getting offended by what I'm saying. You're getting offended by what I'm saying. I am saying that last thing where people try and tell me they're my allies. I'm not singling you out. I'm saying I've seen that line several times. I've seen that line. I've seen people tell me, hey, why are you going after these people? Why are you going after these people? Why are you talking about this? I'm not. I'm literally saying this is what I'm saying. Caring about these issues also helps the issues you care about, the advocacy that you care about, become even stronger. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. That's what I've been trying to say this entire time. But you have to fucking be patient. You have to be patient and you have to shut up and listen. That's what I'm trying to say. I am helping you guys make your advocacy stronger, but you have to shut the fuck up and listen. You have to shut the fuck up and listen to what I'm saying. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying learning about this, incorporating this as part of your advocacy, making this a mainstay part of your advocacy, of your overall activism, will only help you. It will only help you. And throwing people like me, throwing other people, throwing Elam Tummels and Rohingya people and all these different people under the fucking bus, throwing away that solidarity, throwing Sudanese people under the bus, that is not going to fucking help you. It is only going to harbor resentment among those oppressed people. And you cannot build this united coalition that you want to build without incorporating these people. You cannot. You cannot. We have people of all different caste backgrounds and ethnic backgrounds in this chat with me, chanting free Elam. Free Elam. We have people from all different ethnic and national backgrounds in this chat with me, chanting free Elam. You want to know why? Because I give a fuck about their issues. I give a fuck about their issues. We have Pakistani mods in here. You want to know why we have Pakistani mods in here? Because we have Baloch members of this community. We have Kashmiri members of this community. You want to know why? Because we give a fuck about them. We give a shit about them. We care about them. We care about those people. We care about everyone. There are brothers and sisters. There are siblings. We have people from Assam. We have people from Delhi. We have people from Tamil Nadu. We have people from Kerala. We have people from Andhra Pradesh. We have people from Karnataka. We have people from Balochistan. We have people from Punjab, from Pakistani Punjab and Indian Punjab. We have Rohingya people in our chat. We have Jumma people in our chat. We have Barua people in our chat. We have Uttar Pradesh. We have Biharis in our chat. We have everyone. We have Bengalis in our chat, both Bangladesh and West Bengal. We have people from all different backgrounds coming together and saying, hey, free Elam. You want to know why? Because we care about each other and we help each other. That's what we give a fuck about. I'm saying you want to build that kind of diverse coalition. You can't do that by throwing people under the fucking bus. You can't do that. We have Haitians in our chat. We have Sudanese people in our chat. You can't build that kind of broad coalition without giving a fuck about other people. You can't do that. We have Maldivians in our we have 2 Maldivians in our chat. Let me ask, where the fuck are Maldivians in other people's chats? Let me ask you. We have every possible kind of we have a Congolese person in the chat. Where do you get this kind of broad coalition? You want to know why? Because we give a fuck. We have Haitians in the chat. We have multiple Haitians in the chat. Where do you get this kind of broad coalition? How do you get this kind of broad coalition? Because we give a shit about each other's issues. We actually pay attention. We advocate for each other. Name one fucking streamer that has even mentioned the name Maldives. Name one. That's all I'm saying. It's not relevant. I just explained to you why this shit is relevant. I made a whole docuseries on why Sri Lanka and Elam is relevant. Very stupid. It is very stupid. I made a whole docuseries on why that shit is relevant. Like, if you can't understand that, then one, you are leaving things on the table, number one. You are an idiot that is leaving things on the table, that is leaving tools in your tool belt for advocacy on the table. That's a you problem. You're being stupid. You're being fucking stupid by doing that. No, we also have Egyptians and Palestinians in this chat as well. Lebanese folks in this chat. No, Peacefire Now, you're not one of those people. You're not one of those people that I'm criticizing because you actually give a shit. You try. You try. We had people calling in from Dhaka. 1 second. I'm getting a call. Sorry, I had to take a couple of calls. I had to take a call. Yeah, I had to take a call. Foreign, now is literally not the time to be talking about weebs. I'm sorry. Like, this is not a good time. What's up, Kai? Fuck. Okay, let's talk about the actual rally that happened as a, like that. Let's talk about the rally that's been happening as a part of this, okay? So, there's a place in Sri Lanka proper called Nugegoda. So, the reason that we're talking about this settler, I mean, the reason that this one of the reasons that this agitation is happening, where this settler colonialism is happening, is because the opposition, the SJB, NPP, sorry, the SJB, SLPP. The SJB is Sajith Premadasa's party. SLPP is the Rajapaksa's party. And UNP is Ranil Wickremesinghe's party. So the opposition to the JVP are testing the waters to see what they can get away with, what kind of bullshit they can get away with. And as we've just seen, it looks like they'll be able to get away with everything. They can get away with anything, it looks like. And so they're leading a protest, a rally. This is a Nazi rally for the record. This is just a Nazi rally. Yep. All these fucking pigs have decided to do a rally in Nugegora. Where is that? That is in it's Colombo. So Nugegora is in Colombo. This is in Colombo. This is in the capital, Colombo. This is in Colombo itself. This is a rally in Colombo that they've decided to take out. And by the way, this is what Mahinda Rajapaksa had to say. Any protests on the Tamil side? No, there were no protests. These are Sinbuds. These are all Sinbuds.
Start your degree.
Former President Mahinda Rajapaksa says that the government has failed to give Buddhism the due distinction, the foremost place, adding that masses will demonstrate their opposition to the government with a rally scheduled for November 21st.
After all levels, call IIT on 0766 760 760.
Anivarya means necessary here. I don't know what they're saying, dude. You're asking the wrong person. I don't speak Sinhalese. This guy is still alive? Dude, he's in his 80s, yeah. I mean, I attribute this to the Dick Cheney / Henry Kissinger rule. Unfortunately, a lot of evil fucking people. Live to be very old. A lot of evil people live to be old, unfortunately.
අනිවාර්ය විශේෂයෙන් ලොකු සෙනඟක් කොළඹට ගේන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවද? මම හිතන්නේ සෑහෙන සෙනඟක් එයි. එතකොට ජනතුන් මේ සමගි ජනබලවේගය මේක ප්‍රතික්ෂේප කරනවා කියන්නේ නෑ කියලා නමුත් සහයෝගය දෙනවා එනවා කියන ඔබත් එක්ක සාකච්ඡාව කරා වගේ. නෑ මාත් එක්ක සාකච්ඡා වෙන්නේ නෑ වෙන අපට කිව්වේ නෑ. මුත් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මම හිතන්නේ සෙනඟ එනවා. අපිට අවශ්‍ය සෙනඟනේ. ඒ දැක්සිමේ විශේෂම උමනාව මොකක්ද ජනාධිපතිතුමනි? මේ අවස්ථාවේ අවශ්‍ය
හෝටලයක් දැම්මා.
I'm pulling out some stuff. Where? Here we go. There's this motherfucker. Here we go. Namal Rajapaksa was the main guy at this event.
ගරු ජනාධිපතිතුමනේ අපි ජන බලය ජන මතය ගොඩනගන්නේ ආණ්ඩුව පුළුවන් පළවෙනි අවස්ථාවේදී පෙරලන්නයි කියන එකත් අපි ජනාධිපතිතුමාට මතක් කරනවා.
Honorable President, we are building this people's power and public mandate to overthrow this government at the very first opportunity, says opposition MP Namal Rajapaksa, calling for the dissolution of the current administration.
B2 by Euromotors. Adventure redefined.
අපේ හාමුදුරුවෝ සමහරව අපෙන් අහනවා ඡන්දයක් නැතුව අපි එකතු වෙන්න කියලා. අපත් සමහරව අහනවා මොකද්ද මේ හදිසිය කියලා. ඇයි මේ නුගේගොඩට ඇවිල්ලා මොකද්ද මේ කරන්න හදන්නේ කියලා. අපේ පෞද්ගලික අරමුණු නෙවෙයි අපි නියෝජනය කරන කඳවුර වගේම මේ රටේ ජනතාවගේ අවශ්‍යතාවය ඉෂ්ට කරන්න අවශ්‍ය ඕනෑම මොහොතක ජනතාවාදී අරගලයකට නායකත්වය දෙන්න අපේ දේශපාලන බලවේගය සූදානම් කියන එක අපි පණිවිඩයක් දෙනවා. අද නුගේගොඩට
How are the lives of the Ila Tamils? Anivarya means unavoidable in Telugu. Maybe. I don't know what it means dude, I don't speak Sinhalese, man. I don't know what he's saying. I'm going off of what they're saying here. I don't have like a Sinhalese correspondent, unfortunately. I don't have like a proper like Sinhalese correspondent, which kind of sucks.
ලක්ෂ සංඛ්‍යාතික අම්මා තාත්තා සහෝදරවරු මිත්‍රවරුන් එක රාශි වෙලා ඉන්නේ අන්න ඒ පණිවිඩය ලබා දෙන්නේ කියන එක අපි ආණ්ඩුවට මතක් කරනවා.
He's literally saying we need to take down the NPP government. So this is what I was alluding to earlier in one of my tweets. One of the things that I was alluding to is it looks like the power struggle between the labor Zionists, the labor Sinbuds, as it were, the JVP NPP, versus the ultra Sinbuds, the SLPP. Really, I mean, the SLPP is making a comeback here, right? Sajid Premadasa is not relevant in this situation at all. This rally was taken out mainly by the SLPP. By Pohotua, which is the Rajapaksa's party, which is the Mahinda Rajapaksa's party. It's a power struggle between these guys, the SLPP, Pohotua, who have the police, the monks, and the mafia, by the way, the Sri Lankan underground, on their side, right? Part of the reason that the JVP, hasn't done anything is because they're the fucking JVP. They're also like Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists. They're also Sinbuds, right? But I mean, even the JVP themselves admitted, like, yeah, it's kind of hard to do shit in this environment because the mafia and the police and the monks are all basically working for the Rajapaksas. They're all working for the Rajapaksas. There's some element of truth to that. They're all they all flock to the most openly Nazi group of people. And the most openly Nazi legitimate, the most openly Nazi party, which in this case is the SLPP. They're the most openly Nazi viable political party. You mean Rajapaksa as a family? Yes, this is Namal Rajapaksa. This is Mahinda Rajapaksa's son. By the way, I know someone that met Namal Rajapaksa in person, and Namal is a dumb motherfucker. Namal is as stupid as he looks. Namal is as stupid as he fucking looks. He is a very stupid person, but he's been indoctrinated into, he is not just indoctrinated, he is a very hateful person. He is a very hateful person. You mean Rajapaksa's family? Is that a caste title? No. I mean, yes and no, actually. So here's the fun little fact for my North Indian friends, or for my non-Tamil friends or non-Malayali friends, by the way. You can actually tell what caste someone is by looking at their last name in Sinhalese. You can tell what caste someone is by their last name, because Sinhalese do keep last names. It's not like Elam Tamils. Elam Tamils are basically the same thing as Tamils. They usually don't keep last names. Right? They're Elam Tamils are like Indian Tamils in the sense that they don't keep last names. Right? Tamils in general don't keep last names. Right? Whether it's Elam Tamils, Malaysian Tamils, Indian Tamils, doesn't matter. Right? Sinhalese people do, though. And Rajapaksa is one of several last names that Govigama, the landlord caste, the Sinhalese landlord caste, use. Right? Rajapaksa is one of them. Right? Bandaranaike is another. Senanaike is another. Disanaike is another. Yeah. Forrest Gump, thank you for the 6 months. What's the difference between a last name and surname? Same thing. Same thing. Last name is a surname. It's the same thing. So every Tamil generation has a different surname? No. Tamils use our father's name as our last name. Our father's name is our last name. So my actual last name, my real last name, it's called patronymic. That's what it is. It's called a patronymic. Tamils have patronymics. We don't have last names. We don't have last names. We have patronymics. We don't actually have last names. I don't have a last name. Right? Russians also do this, except the patronymic is their middle name. They have patronymics and last names. We don't have last names. We don't have surnames. But Sinhalese people do. Sinhalese people do have last names. Surprise, surprise. Because Sinhalese people are also castists. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise. Which is always funny when people say Ambedkar would have supported Sri Lanka. It's always funny to me when people say that Ambedkar would have supported Sri Lanka. Like, I don't know what Ambedkar's understanding of Sri Lanka was, but if he knew that Sinhalese were also casteist, he'd be like, bro, what the fuck?
කරුණා කරලා පච ගහන එක නවත්තලා දැන්වත් වැඩ කරන්නයි කියලා අපි ආණ්ඩුවට මතක් කරලා දෙනවා. අසාධාරණ විදිහට රාජ්‍ය සේවකයාගේ පලි ගන්නවා. තමන්ගේ දේශපාලන උවමනාවට රාජ්‍ය සේවය හසුරුවන්න මේ ආණ්ඩුව උත්සාහ කරනවා. සේවකයාට දේශපාලනය කරන්න එපා. දේශපාලන ජනාධිපතිතුමා කරන්නල්ලු. එහෙනම් අපි මෙරටේ ආණ්ඩුවට අසීමිත විදිහට කඩේන රාජ්‍ය සේවකයන්ටත් සමහර නිලධාරීන්ටත් මතක් කරනවා.
I don't know what the fuck he's saying. And I don't care what, I mean, honestly, like, this is not it. Why is it? This is the wrong thing. Why? This is not it. Why is this not working? Our purpose is not to appoint a leader, but if necessary, we will place any individual in the president's seat. MP Chamra Sampath Dasanayake. Addressing the joint opposition rally being held in Nugegoda today. I mean, it's obvious what they're going for. Like they're obviously agitated. It's a power struggle against them and against the JVP. Ay ay ay. This is why. This is why all of this is. This is why. This is why. What you're seeing here is why all this is one of the reasons why all this agitation is happening. These fuckers are trying to see, these Nazi fuckers are trying to see what they can get away with. These Zionist fuckers are trying to see what they can get away with under the JVP administration. And the answer to that is a lot. They can get away with a lot. Yeah, they can get away with a lot. That's why. They're seeing what they can get away with, and they're getting away with a lot. This is going to radicalize people even further. We're back to square one. Like, nothing's changed in that country. Like, there's absolutely nothing that has changed in that country. Not a single thing has actually changed in this country. Not a single thing has changed. It has 1,000. They've gotten away with everything. They've gotten away with everything. Nothing has changed. Like, nothing's changed. Nothing has fucking changed. They're not being held accountable. They're not being held accountable. Nothing, like, these fuckers are not being held accountable at all. None of these guys are being held accountable. They've never been held accountable. I mean, like, imagine if Israel was successful and they just awarded people. Like, that's what's happening here. In cases such as Sri Lanka's external pressure, the only way to have any meaningful change take place. Yeah. Yeah, you got to put pressure on them. Yeah. That's the only way forward. That's the only fucking way forward. That's it. That's the only way you can move forward. It is literally putting pressure on them. You don't have any other choice.
Potential trick room from
See Daisy. Israel is still successful. Israel is still successful so far, even with all the eyes on them. They keep working towards the annexation and expulsion plans. Yeah. Imagine you reward the same war criminals. That's what's happening in Sri Lanka. I mean, I don't know what more I can say. I don't know what more I can possibly say about this. I don't know what more to say about this. It's ongoing colonization that's happening now. It's ongoing colonization. This should be bigger news, but it's not for whatever reason. It should be bigger news. It should be bigger news that Sri Lanka is going through is doing the same shit that led to the war. It should be bigger news, but it's not. It's not. It's not bigger news. We're back to the 1940s and 1950s again. Nothing's changed. Do you think it's anti-blackness because do you think it's not getting I don't know what the reason is. I don't know why. I don't understand why this isn't bigger. I don't understand why. It should be bigger news, but it's not. It should be bigger news. This should be bigger news, but it's not. And I don't know why. I don't understand why. This should be bigger news. The fact that this is happening, like this is literally like all of these fuckers, all these Nazi fuckers are out of the woodworks once again. All of these Nazi fuckers are out once again. They're out once more. They're out once more. They're out. They feel comfortable coming out in a so-called communist government. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's a labor Zionist government. These Nazi fuckers, these Nazi guys feel very comfortable when they should not be comfortable. They should not be comfortable coming out and saying this used to belong to us 1,500 years ago. What did the JVP themselves say? They were elected. The JVP and NPP openly say they were elected on the basis that they would end racism, that they would end this kind of nonsense. I know it was a tall fucking order. I know, like, obviously it's a lie. The JVP, NPP is not going to fucking end racism, obviously. It's nonsense. But like even the bare minimum they can't fucking do. Like, they can't even do the bare minimum of making sure people that have already been arrested don't feel comfortable for spreading hatred or literally inciting violence. They can't even do the bare minimum. The JVP is so useless. Right? They were never, I mean, again, they've also done the same thing before in 2005. So the fact that they're like, I don't know about this, right, is not surprising. But this is literally what's happening. It's West Bank style colonization. It's West Bank colonization. It is West Bank style settler colonialism that's happening right now. This should be bigger news. This shit should be bigger news. This should be bigger news, but it's not. If you've seen what is going on in the West Bank, this is exactly what's happening. Also, welcome in, Vorlo. Welcome in, Vorlo. Hope you had a wonderful stream. I'm in a not so great mood. We're talking about settler colonialism, Sri Lankan settler colonialism against Tamils, against the Elam Tamils. This should be bigger news among leftists. This should be bigger news. This should be bigger news among communists. This settler colonization should be bigger news among communists. This should be bigger news among socialists. The fact that this isn't is a fucking crime. It is a fucking crime. It's a crime that this isn't getting bigger press. The fact that Sri Lanka has once again begun a drive of settler colonialism, just like we're seeing in the West Bank, right? And if this keeps escalating, we may see maybe not in the near future, we will see war crimes once again in our lifetime against the Tamils. Like, that may happen. This should be bigger news on the left. This should be bigger news among leftists. I don't know why this isn't. I don't care why it isn't. But that's wrong. This needs to be fixed. This should be much bigger news on the left. The fact that it's not bigger news on the left is wrong. It's deeply and utterly wrong. It's wrong. There is absolutely no reconciling this. There is no reconciling this. We are seeing a feckless labor Sinbud party in Sri Lanka, capitulating to Nazis. This should be bigger news. This should be bigger news. This should be bigger news. The fact that Sri Lanka is once again, there's already an ongoing military occupation in Elam. There's already an ongoing military occupation in the Tamil areas of the island. There's already an ongoing military occupation. Just this year, there was a guy that was taken to a military base and killed. They tried to arrest Kumanen for reporting on the Chemani mass graves. They tried, over the past several years, they've detained several people, including children, and killed them. The Sri Lankan police have. Since the end of the war, the army, the navy, and many of these Sri Lankan security forces have been rounding up Tamils, disappearing them, raping them, torturing them. They've also assaulted women for, trying to remember their dead that were killed in Mullivaikkal by handing out kanji. That's what's happening. This should be bigger news among the left, but it isn't. I don't know why. Now, I've said this before. By not talking about this, by not talking about the Tamil genocide, by not talking about Elam, you are leaving tools for your advocacy on the fucking table. They think they don't have a stake in this. Don't just give a shit because your money is getting wasted in foreign wars, which you can use for buses and schools. Your money is made from the blood, sweat, and tears of the global south to begin with. Without the support of imperial powers, there would be a successful Elam state today. Yeah. Yes. I'm saying this should be bigger fucking news on the left. It's not. Like, look at these guys. Look at these pigs. Look at these pigs. Look at these pigs celebrating robbing Tamils of their land. Look at these settler colonial pigs. This is why I'm saying we gotta link up. You can't just leave shit like this on the fucking table. If you throw solidarity under the bus, my point is, don't throw, like, I'm saying that learning about Elam, learning about this shit, learning about the settler colonialism that Sri Lanka, I like, obviously that's not the reason you should be learning about Elam and all these different anti-colonial struggles, right? That's not the reason why. You should just give a shit about people that don't look like you, right? You should just naturally give a shit about people that don't look like you, right? That's the way it should work. You should just naturally care about people that don't look like you and that don't necessarily think like you, that don't believe the same religion as you, because they're human beings. They're fellow human beings just like you. That's the reason you should give a shit about this. But even if, like, whatever, you don't give a shit, like, whatever, you're a cynical bastard and you only care about yourself and you only care about making yourself look good, right? I'm saying even if you are that content brained, if you're that content brained and you're that, if you're that cynical about content, right? And you're that cynical about your outlook, this can only, like, learning about Elam can only make your understanding of Palestine even stronger, is my point. I'm saying even in the most cynical, self-serving perspective that you can have, right? Even in the most cynical, self-serving perspective that you can have on this, this can only help you. This will only help you. think about how much easier a time people would have if they lumped in Sri Lanka as part of their advocacy, like if they lumped in Elam as part of their advocacy for Palestine, or they lumped so many different other. Think about how much of an easier time they would have. Think about it. I'm saying this makes your case a lot easier to make. And you get the added benefit of, hey, you're also advocating for these group of people. That's all I'm trying to say. Leaving people like the Elam Tamils and other oppressed folks like Baloch folks, Kashmiri folks, out to dry, Rohingya folks, Jumma folks, Papuans, Sahrawis, like out to dry like that, you're unintentionally making your life harder. You're making your life significantly harder. Couldn't sleep. By and large, are the general Sinhalese people complicit, or do they oppose the Sri Lankan state-sponsored genocide? No, they have more in common with Sangis and Zionists. Sinhalese Buddhist nationalists have more in common with Zionists. Sinbuds have way more in common with Zionists. Like, no, they revel in the massacre. Sinbuds either deny it or they revel in it. Like there are Sinbuds that will openly joke about like women being raped as like by the army. Horrible timing, but what I'm saying is that this can only make, what I'm trying to say is that this advocacy can only make your case for other struggles stronger. That's what I've been trying to say. And you are leaving shit on the table by not giving a fuck. By saying, well, the U.S. isn't directly involved in this other thing like they are with Israel, so I'm not going to give a shit about this. I'm not going to talk about this. Right? You are unnecessarily making your life a lot harder. You are unnecessarily making your life a lot harder. You are, like, imagine, for example, you're Zohran Mamdani, right? Zohran Mamdani, you know about Sri Lanka. You keep getting asked time and time and time and time again, do you support Israel's right to exist? Do you support Israel's right to exist? Are you anti-Semitic? Are you that? All you have to say is, wait a minute, I don't support what Sri Lanka is doing to the Elam Tamils either. I support a free Elam. F? No. I don't think there's an F. Speaking of Zohran, I'm not going to talk. No. This is not a stream about Zohran Mamdani. Hold on. We're not talking about Zohran. No. We're not talking about Zohran Mamdani. I'm using him as an example. I am saying, you are getting asked, are you anti-Semitic? Are you this? Do you hate Jews? Do you do, like, all the bad faith questions, right? All the bad faith questions people are going to ask. This is a great opportunity for you to basically say, hey, not only do I not support what Israel is doing to Palestinians, I also don't support what Sri Lanka is doing to Elam Tamils. because it's the same thing. I don't support that. I support a free Elam. You can very easily say that. And one, that will get people interested. And two, that will actually disarm that talking point. It's a great way to disarm bad faith talking points while introducing something else into the mix, while also raising awareness about this. My point isn't specifically attached to Zoran. I'm just using him as an example here. Why is it bad faith? Because the people that criticize pro-Palestinian folks, Palestinians and those who advocate for a free Palestine, they're not doing it. They're not doing it because they genuinely think someone like Zoran Mamdani is anti-Semitic. They don't think they don't actually think he's anti-Semitic. They're trying to shut him down. Exactly. As Trilltacular is saying, they don't have any talking points to defend Sri Lanka either. Because what are they going to say? What are these fuckers going to say? What are these bad faith motherfuckers going to say? Are they going to immediately say, oh, well, actually, you're racist towards Sinhalese people and the Sinhalese American community? The Sri Lankan American community is actually they're very annoyed by your, what are they going to do? They're going to call Zoran anti-Sinhalese? Really? You're going to do that? Try it. See what happens. See, it works on someone like me because I'm Tamil. Right? So they can easily frame it as like, oh, well, this guy just doesn't like Sinhalese because there's an internal feud between Tamils and Sinhalese. They can do that. But what the fuck does Zoran have to do with this? Zoran has nothing to do with this. Hassan has nothing to do with Sri Lanka. Right? Sam Cedar has nothing to do with Sri Lanka. Right? Ryan Grimm has nothing to do with Sri Lanka. So when they mention it, what are you going to accuse Ryan Grimm of saying? Like, you're going to call Ryan Grimm anti-Sinhalese? Try it. Try it. See what happens. You get laughed out of a fucking room. You want to know why? Because the notion that a random person would have a specific beef, would have a specific bigotry towards an oppressive ethnic group towards people that happen to be the oppressors of Sri Lanka. A random white dude having this level of bigotry, or a random dude not even from the subcontinent having random it's an absurd notion. What are you going to do? You look stupid by accusing someone like, I don't know, Sam Cedar, Zoran Mamdani, Kyle Kulinski, Crystal Ball, of being anti-Sinhalese racist towards Sinhalese. You look stupid. You look very stupid. Because you are stupid. You are very stupid for accusing someone like that of being bigoted towards an ethnic group. The reality is that those very people have chosen not to speak about this. No, I know. I'm aware. And that's the fucking problem. That is a dereliction of responsibility. I'm aware. That is a complete dereliction of responsibility. That's a dereliction of duty. That's just that. It is what it is. You can't frame it as anything else. You can choose to be part of the problem, or you can choose to be part of the solution. And I'm trying to get people to be part of the solution. I'm trying to get people to be a part of this solution, which is both a free Palestine and a free Edom, and freedom and liberation for all the people that are oppressed. Caste annihilation. Freedom for Adivasis. That's what I'm trying to say. By me pressuring people, by saying what I say and being angry about this every single day, I'm not trying to attack anyone. I'm not saying this person sucks, that person sucks. That's not the point of me doing any of this. That was never the point of what I was saying. I have a right to be angry about the lack of coverage of something like this. I am well within my rights to hold grudges over this. 100%. But the reason I harbor this anger, the reason I harbor this resentment it's not personal. It's over this. It's over this. It is a dereliction of responsibility to not report on this. It is a complete dereliction of responsibility to not talk about this. I'm trying to make this space better. I was trying to make this space better. They did do whataboutism with Sudan. If you're against genocide, what about Sudan? Why do you care about Israel so much? That's the point, Eon. That's a great point, by the way. If you want to stop these talking points, if you want this shit to happen, if you want these talking points to stop, and you actually care about oppressed people, well then, Avery, what the fuck are you doing? You can do it very easily. It's negligence. It's criminal negligence. This should be bigger news, but it's not for some reason, and it's a crime that it's not bigger news. I mean, this is not surprising. Sri Lanka and India begin bilateral military training. Not surprising. Not surprising. Okay. Kranti, where is the LTTE mention? I'm curious. I thought you said, oh, Sudipto isn't here. Okay.
Who's the boss of that area. And saying if a person takes 50 years to wisen up, right, in the course of which hundreds and maybe thousands have been killed. And let's not forget that here's a party which reserves the worst for people who quit in the way that Sonu did. Right? He himself, I'm sure, has ordered many such executions because the worst in the Maoist party is reserved for traitors, informers, and all of that. Now, my thing is that here's an upper caste outsider man from not that who's not from that region comes and starts a quote unquote revolution, right? In which a majority of the people who die are the people who are quote unquote trying to save. I cannot romanticize. I cannot say, "Hey, good job, thumbs up. You're a wise man." Right? Where was your wisdom when blood was flowing? Where was your wisdom when the state was any day more powerful than you, and your revolution itself had many holes, right? Now coming back to this thing of they would do these knee jerk kind of responses.
I don't know, man. I feel like people wouldn't even speak about Palestine if it wasn't live streamed or in our face, destroying everyone's so-called mental peace. Most people in India and worldwide, leaders and streamers included, only oppose the atrocities that are televised. No, there are people that have been consistently pro-Palestine for a very long time. No, there are people that have been. This kind of pisses me off. $5.58. 55.58. This guy.
A couple of other things around it. Sometimes people who have spent so much time with the idea of violence or with the idea of a revolution, sometimes they don't know what to do with peace. And we have seen this in case of Prabhakaran, for example, in Sri Lanka, right?
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Prabhakaran got many chances to kind of come to an understanding with the Sri Lankan government through the Norwegian government, etc. There were too many intermediaries who could have ensured peace between two parties. But
I don't know if this was asked before. Could Mehdi Hassan or Prem Thakur at ZTO be mobilized, or has been tried and they don't care as well? I don't have a direct contact with Mehdi Hassan or Prem Thakur. Guys, Hassan is a banned term in this chat. That's why, okay? Don't say his name. Do as I say, not as I do.
then he chose not to, and then what happened to him in 2009. I remember traveling with.
Is he blaming? No, is he fucking blaming? There is no way he's blaming the Mulivaikal massacres on Prabhakaran's penchant for violence. There's no. That's fucking stupid. Who the fuck is this guy?
A couple of other things around it. Sometimes.
Is his name? No, it's Rahul Pandita. Is it this guy?
People who have spent so much time with the idea of violence or with the idea of a revolution, sometimes they don't know what to do with peace. And we have seen this in case of Prabhakaran, for example, in Sri Lanka, right? Prabhakaran got many chances to kind of come to an understanding with the Sri Lankan government through the Norwegian government, etc. There were too many intermediaries who could have.
Okay. He's right about people who have spent too much time with violence? No. Let me tell you what happened. The reason that the 2009 Mulivaikal massacres happened was not because the LTTE were just violent rogues that were going around killing people for fun. That is the most insane thing I've heard. No. What happened was countries like the United States, United States, UK, Spain, Lithuania, Czech Republic, Slovakia, China, Pakistan, Iran, India, during the 2000s, during the ceasefire agreement, literally started flooding Sri Lanka with weapons. And then members of the US military directly gave suggestions. They directly suggested the Sri Lankan army to go and take back Trincomalee in 06. The final assault against the LTTE and the Tamil people as a whole was literally started by the West collaborating with Sri Lanka. They literally sabotaged the ceasefire agreement. What the fuck are you doing? That's literally not what happened. Literally not true, by the way. It's complete bullshit. The reason that the 2009 Mullivai massacres happened was not because the LTTE did anything. No, the US and Sri Lanka, the US sabotaged the ceasefire agreement. The US helped Sri Lanka sabotage the ceasefire agreement. That's what happened. That's actually what happened. They sabotaged the ceasefire agreement. The ceasefire agreement. They sabotaged it. They sabotaged the ceasefire agreement by flooding Sri Lanka with weapons and then going and telling Sri Lanka to attack Trincomalee in 06. No. The 2009 Mullivai massacres are not remotely the fault of the LTTE. It's the Sri Lankan government's fault. They've always wanted to take it back. You don't understand. This person does not understand a fucking thing about the conflict. They do not understand a fucking thing about this conflict.
Ensured peace between two parties. But then he chose not to, and then what happened to him in 2009. I remember traveling with a Maoist party right after Prabhakaran was killed in Sri Lanka. And there were discussions around it, about whether the Maoist party should learn any lesson from what happened to Prabhakaran. And of course, they chose not to. From my long...
Oh, okay. Oh, well, okay then, I guess, Well, okay then. I guess it's just entirely, like... I genuinely doubt. Oh, this is so stupid, man. This is actually stupid. Actually fucking dumb. It's the fault of the people fighting against the oppressors. Why did Sudipto have this fucker on? I mean, based on what little I've seen of Sudipto, he's also not pro-Maoist either. He also has issues with the Maoists. Regarding Comrade Hidma's killing, there is reports of Naxalites arrested on the 18th in Vijayawada. It matches with the statement released by the party that they arrested them during a medical visit to Vijayawada. It looks like regular MO of a fake encounter. I have some I know people that know people at TNM. And there are some things I don't want to say out loud, but none of what Sudipto has done here really surprises me. There are legitimate criticisms of the Maoists, but I doubt even Sudipto agrees with this narrative. I don't know what Sudipto's opinion on the LTTE is. I don't know. I don't know what his opinion of the LTTE is. And I'm a bit scared to figure out what is it News Laundry or Minute First? Sudipto works at News Minute. My understanding is Sudipto works at News Minute, but News Laundry and News Minute collaborate. They collaborate a lot. Like you can think of News Laundry as for North India, News Minute is for South India. Basically the same org. Oh, this shit sucks. Man, that is so disappointing. Sudipto has done some fantastic work. I like Sudipto a lot. There are a lot of things I agree with Sudipto on. News Laundry's anti-Maoist. I've seen the sentiment in some of their interviews. Yeah, most Indian outlets are anti-Maoist. I think even the Caravan is anti-Maoist. I'm pretty sure. My God, this is actually stupid. Okay. We'll do a couple of reacts. We'll do a couple of fun reacts just to wind down a little bit, and then I'll probably, like, I gotta go. We'll do a couple of fun reacts, and then I gotta go. My head kind of hurts from all this shit. Not gonna lie. Low-key kind of pissed off at all this. Oh. Let's watch this for a second. I'm gonna throw Rohan Davis on the screen for a second. Be right back. I'm gonna go grab something to drink. Where is it? Yeah.
Yo, I hope you can hear me. So, I know there's like a general buzz around, Indian Americans right now, thanks to the high-profile movements in politics made by Indian Americans in the US, right? Zohra Mamdani winning the elections, Vivek Ramaswamy being clowned, etc., etc., So there's a lot of eyes on us and ears and attention. And with a lot of that attention also comes a lot of hate, right? A lot of hate for people who don't even really relate to the backgrounds or languages or cultures of people like Vivek Ramaswamy and Zohra Mamdani, but we are also Indian, lumped in. For a lot of us who have family in diaspora all over the world, this is not a new phenomenon. This has happened time and time again. Um, this is not new to us. Although it's funny when you look online, a lot of people seem to pretend like we just sprouted out of the ground, you know, like we don't have any of our own history, without any political history of our own. None of our movements exist. We don't have political heroes of our own.
Last week was Birsa Munda's anniversary. So Jai Birsa Munda.
That's what it seems like to a lot of people, and that's what a lot of people believe who aren't from, our communities. The less the average person knows, the easier it is for, Western colonial nations to scapegoat us and squeeze our labor. The people on the screens that, people like to praise or throw tomatoes at, they don't represent a lot of us, especially a lot of working class brown people who are just lumped in as Indian, right? Whether or not they actually are Indian, or whether or not they even relate to the label of Indian. I just want to make clear that, racism against Indians in the West is not a Democrat versus Republican thing or conservative versus liberal thing. No, it's a societal thing. It is a society broad phenomenon. In the American racial system, Indians don't really have control over the definition of Indian, because, we might know, those who are actually Indian, might know that Indian is not even a race. It's a nation. It's a nationality. But
Jai Birsa Munda, Jai Komaram Bhim. By the way, yes. Chat, this is going to shock you. I'm not Indian. I am technically not Indian. I'm not Indian. I'm technically not Indian. I do not hold Indian citizenship. I'm American. I'm an American citizen. Whoa. I do not hold Indian citizenship at all. India does not allow for dual citizenship. I do not hold Indian citizenship whatsoever. I'm an American. I'm American. Yeah. Yeah, all of my Indian moderators have been supporting an American this entire time. Whoa! Yo, you're going to pull up my Twitter profile and say established in America. Established in the United States. It's so Jover. This entire time, 150 people have been supporting an American. No, I don't have Indian citizenship anymore. Right? I'm American. And the reason is Indian is not an ethnic group. There's no such ethnic group as being Indian. Do you have an OCI card? Yes. Did you ever have an Indian citizenship? Weren't you born in America? I wasn't. I was born in India. Dylan, what's up? Can we get a shout out for Dylan? Dylan, you missed a big chunk of the stream. Or I guess if you're just coming in now, then you missed a big chunk of the stream. We were spitting a lot. Wait, are you not an anchor baby? No, I was born in India. No, I went to UKG, man. I went to UKG in India. No, I'm not an anchor baby. I'm an immigrant. No, man, I'm an immigrant. I'm an immigrant to the US. No, I'm an immigrant. I wasn't born here. I was born in India. I was born in Chennai. Also, someone give Dylas a shout out, man. Give Dylan a shout out. He's the shit. Come on. I want to support the homie here. All right, fuck it. I'm doing this shit myself. God damn it. Unbelievable. Oh my god. There we go. Oh my fucking god. We got to play Kirby Air Ride sometime, man.
A lot of Americans just simply are too racist to
Hope you're doing
understand.
well today, brother. I'm not. I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm sure you're familiar with what the genocide that Palestinians have been going through as a result. Well, Sri Lanka has been doing something similar to. So I'm ethnically Tamil, right? But I'm Indian Tamil. Sri Lanka has been doing basically similar shit to this ethnic group called Elam Tamils. So settler colonies, stealing of land, that sort of thing. It's the same shit. It's the same kind of genocidal tactics. No, incorrect. You are American Tamil, technically. Yes, I'm technically now American Tamil. Technically. You are technically correct. I am technically American Tamil now. I am not Indian Tamil. No, my family's from India originally. So they've built a Buddhist temple basically on top of like Tamil land. And they're agitating and they're saying, "Oh, you guys are not, Nazi enough for us. The current administration is not Nazi enough." So they're agitating. The Nazis in Sri Lanka are agitating right now. That's what's happening. Is straight evil shit. I was like angry all of this morning because of like, this should be bigger news, but it's not. I was like very angry about. Wait, by this logic, does that make me Dutch Nubian? Do you have Sudanese? I would like to know more about the Tamil genocide. Are there books that you recommend? I made a documentary. I'm making a docuseries right now. What is it? Elam? Okay, I didn't know what the command was. I'm making a docuseries at griefstrickenwins.com. You can go look there. Also, avoid the ads. You can go to griefstrickenwins.com and watch the documentary there. I'm also updating stuff for everyone to watch. Like, I'm adding information because that's the website I'm making, right? Well, yeah, now we're kind of taking a little bit of downtime because I'm kind of mentally exhausted from talking about this. Like I'm a bit exhausted from talking about the Tamil genocide. So
that Indian is not a race. So in order to relate to us as
the Buddhist temple construction mark or does the Buddhist temple construction mark or signal a historical precedent of usage of Buddhist religious markers to assert land claims and foment settler colonies, if I understand it correctly? This isn't the first Buddhist temple that was built on Tamil land, not by a long shot. The reason it's kind of gaining press now, at least within the country, is because it's happening under an administration that staunchly claims it's against racism. And it's happening in a country, or it's happening in an era that claims to have shed its racist past. So it throws a wrench into the whole JVP notion of like, oh, there's no room for racism. We're all Sri Lankans. We're all like united, blah, 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 blah. The fact that the JVP is just letting this happen is an indication that nothing's changed. Nothing's changed on that island. But no, yeah, the big deal is that like, even like the big deal is that we've sort of reached the maximum limit of electoral reform. We've kind of reached the, like JVP in a sense was JVP NPP was sort of the last. The JVP NPP was sort of the last sort of line of electoralism that was. It's the sort of last possible route that electoralism could have taken. And we're seeing the fruits of what happened, right? This is the last possible outcome that electoralism can take, that electoral reform can take. And we're seeing what happens, right? We're seeing the kind of pressure that JVP is caving into. JVP is not Jewish Voices for Peace, by the way. It's Janata Vimukti Peramuna. It's the ruling party. Mangi Yasin, எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? எப்படி போகுது? Yes, this is a government that calls itself communist. A government that calls itself a communist socialist government, but they're openly caving into like Nazis. It's nonsense. It's complete nonsense. Complete nonsense. It's very similar to like the leftist parties in Israel that are like we are like what was I trying to say? Oh, I was trying to say that I was trying to say that this is a so-called leftist government that is openly capitulating. It's the same thing like in Israel. Like lots of leftist parties will say, no, we care about the working class, but no, we actually do want to continue the colonization campaign. It's the same thing here. Like this is lots of things are. There are things that are very similar. There are things that are very similar between Israel and Sri Lankan history. Very similar. In fact, I mean, the whole thesis of the documentary is that what you're seeing in Israel isn't unique. It's not remotely unique. This is a tried and tested tactic of settler colonial states. Right? What you're seeing in Israel is not unique. The point is, lots of different countries do this. They do some variation of what Israel is doing.
The people, they have to force us into their understanding of racial hierarchy. So we have to be slotted into their American racial system for them to understand what we are or how to treat us. So everyone from Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka to the Caribbean, if you're from Guyana, if you're from Trini, it doesn't matter. It kind of flattens us all as Indian, right? This is the case. You just have to look a certain way for you to get all the hate. The white supremacist colonial system sets the definition, and it flattens the class and caste backgrounds that we all deal with. The hundreds of languages, our relationship with concepts like skin color, religion even, political systems, and it packages us as a homogeneous and easily digestible target. This presents a really easy target for non-white Americans as well to jump on the hate bandwagon, the anti-Indian bandwagon. And we know a lot of people do jump on that bandwagon. It wipes our own histories of resisting oppression across time and in various countries as well. And it paints us all as a comical target to clown on, right? And that target, when deployed as a scapegoat by a government, especially a government looking to exploit our labor, like the US, Canada, UK, etc., that always creates a wave of anti-Indian racism in the country. Yeah, you have people all over society saying FAFO and, they deserve the racism, and lots of people cheer on the racism against hundreds of cultures that they were never taught about and they'd never bothered to learn about. And I don't think a lot of people will either. There's a lot of enthusiasm behind the anti-Indian sentiment. And I don't need to give you examples. You can just look online. It's right in front of you. You'll see it in the comment section of this video as well. You just have to look Indian to get the smoke. Just like always, we only have each other. There will always be one more thing, but we just need to keep pushing. We need to keep surviving. We need to keep doing us, because honestly, no government is gonna come help us. It is actually in a lot of government's benefit to have a depressed, socially marginalized class of people whose labor can be exploited. All capitalist systems prey on that class of human being. And with us specifically, it's always been a push and pull of the world using our labor, our culture, our art, our textiles, our spices, while also abusing us. Joking about killing us all, calling us rats, attributing demonic, dehumanizing traits to all of us. And it will always come in waves as long as we exist in this capitalist system, wherever we are. It is just not going to change overnight. But if we do keep true to ourselves, we can always carve out a space for ourselves wherever we go. So do not apologize for being Indian. Do not apologize for looking Indian. Don't explain that you cook a lot at home, so your clothes might smell of spices or whatever it might be. Don't campaign for your humanity for people.
If someone says I smell like curry, oh my God, Arun smells like curry, my immediate response is, well, I'm sorry that your food tastes like shit. I'm sorry that your food has no fucking flavor. Sorry. If someone says Arun smells like curry, oh my God, Arun smells like curry. Oh, well, I'm sorry that your food has no fucking flavor. Okay? Sue me. Sorry. Your food is what? Mashed potatoes and mac and cheese. Like, you wanna play this game? Like, really? Really? Like, oh my God, they smell like shit. Brother, you do not wash your ass. Indians, Middle Easterners, the South Asians, Middle Easterners, Southeast Asianers, we figured this shit a long time ago. You gotta wash your ass. You do not wash your ass. You do not use bidets. I am sorry that you think salt is spicy. I'm very sorry. No, I have not seen that many. Like you want to be racist towards me. Like, you think saying like, oh, curry smells, ew, you're gross, like you look like shit, whatever, shit skinned or whatever. You want to say that to me? Like, okay, I'm sorry, your food has zero flavor. I'm sorry that you cannot handle spices. I'm sorry that even a little bit of garam masala will put you in the hospital. I'm sorry that that's your digestive system. Like, that's a fucking tell. That is a self-report. Oh, Indian food is spicy. It's like, oh, it's, a little bit, dude, a little bit of coriander will put your ass in the hospital. Like, what do you mean? You want to play this game? You want to front like that? Like, seriously, you want to play that game? Oh. Indians look, Indian rats, their food is disgusting. How do people eat this food? They eat with their hands. We eat with our hands because our food is that fucking good. Our food is so good with hands. Also, what do you eat pizzas with? Like, try eating pizza with a fork and a knife and see how that goes for you in New York. Try eating a pizza slice with a fork and a knife and see how that shit goes for you. Or a burger. Try eating a burger with a fork and a knife and see how that shit goes for you. Or chicken wings. Try eating French fries. Like, oh yeah, bro, we eat rice with our hands. Bro, you eat you eat like processed meat. Brother, you eat processed, barely edible meat with your hands. You really want to play this game with me, huh? You eat chicken wings with the stickiest barbecue sauce with your hands. You really want to play this game with me? Like, it is such a silly... It's such a silly... Like, a lot of the talking points that these guys... speak English. Brother, I speak 2 fucking languages. That means the number of neurons in my brains is higher than yours. Okay? And I'm also capable of speaking English, your own native tongue, better than you, by the way, for the record. You walk into your houses with shoes on and you get dirt all over the fucking place. What's wrong with you? Many Indians speak multiple languages, by the way. 3, 4, 5 languages. They're conversational in 5 languages. Really? You want to play that game? Immigrants to the United States speak 2 or more languages. Indians that come to the United States speak 2 or more languages. You want to play that game? You really want to play that game? I find this kind of like it's extremely... I mean, racism doesn't have to be smart. That's kind of the fucking problem. Racism doesn't have to be smart. You can turn very dumb people, very dumb, uneducated people, racist very easily. That's kind of the point.
Who just will not get it. Because remember, anti-Indian racism is a society-wide phenomenon wherever it comes.
We came to your country and outclassed you. And by the way, this is not just I'm not saying this specifically about any particular caste, by the way. Right? I'm saying Indians in general, regardless of caste. Regardless of caste background. They come to the United States immediately. And they speak English very well at a collegiate level, at a university level, regardless of your caste, regardless of your original class background in India. You want to be racist towards us? Like Suraj Yangde is collaborating, is constantly doing PhD theses with Black American scholars, and they're collaborating just as Dr. Ambedkar and W.E.B. Du Bois used to correspond. W.E.B. Du Bois used to correspond. We have people of all different backgrounds, all different ethnic backgrounds, all different caste backgrounds coming to the United States, and you want to give all South Asians, regardless of caste background, regardless of class background, you want to give us shit?
Comes up, perpetuated by capitalists, white supremacist, patriarchal systems. So we need to keep doing us. We need to keep building. We need to keep creating. We need to keep writing and continue. Don't let them shut you up. Don't let them stop you from expressing yourselves through your own lens.
Like, Indians, especially people that come from oppressed castes, are extremely hardworking. Especially those that come from oppressed castes. Extremely hardworking. We have moderators in this chat whose parents are professors, by the way. Arun, I don't think most Americans know what caste even means. No. I think we're past that stage. I think we've evolved. I think we've reached a point where people are able to single out South Asians as a target of racism. We're no longer in the era of, oh, you're brown, so you're Muslim and therefore terrorist. We're no longer in that era. People have moved on. They've already started singling out Indians and South Asians in general. They've already started doing it. And that's what he's responding to.
Well, we are not going anywhere. Just remember that there will always be one more thing that they want us to prove our humanity on. When our humanity is owed. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you've been having a wonderful day. I'm going to continue my ride through this snow and try to not freeze my fingers off. Have a great day.
W. Rohan. As always. As always, Rohan. Americans were targeting Sikhs during the Bush years. Yeah, but we're not in the Bush era anymore. Like, people are singling out South Asians. People are singling out South Asians as targets of racism. Did you see this? What did you send me? Oh my God. What did you send me? Conversation with Martin Scorsese, Neeraj K1. Is this Homebound, is this the anti-caste movie?
I was an admirer of your first film, My Son.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Maybe you could say a little about that film to place this in context, My Son.
Yeah, Masan was made in 2015. Melita Toscano was the producer on that film. She's been my cinema god fairy since then. It was a film, again, a lot of personal thoughts gone in, and it was made as a co-production between India and France, and Melita was instrumental in bringing it to shape. And I remember that, and I could...
On what did you send me?
So many different aspects and there's so many different aspects to immigration that it's not just the migration part of it, but a lot of other things that are just...
You ain't on the team, motherfucker. Brother, you ain't on the team. I mean, I love that this is Al Mukaddima on YouTube. I think it's a beautiful thing about the US that a brown boy can become a white nationalist. Arun is never becoming president at this point. I can't run for president. I wasn't born here. I cannot run for president. I cannot become president. I wasn't born here.
Out of control.
Like what?
So,
bro, you ain't on the team. You are not on the team. But actually, no, this gets to the heart of... I mean, listen, Nikki Haley is an upper caste Sikh. I'm assuming she's Jat Sikh. I'm assuming she is a Jat Sikh. I am assuming that that she is a upper caste Sikh. I mean, it goes to show you. It ultimately goes to show you that upper castes view themselves as an extension of, like, this is the time-honored tale of upper castes, of Indian upper castes, Indian oppressor castes. Like, very, well, Indian, I will say upper caste in this case because I specifically mean Savarnas. Like, I very specifically mean, like, Savarnas, right? And especially, like, forward castes. People who don't qualify for any reservation, right? This is a time-honored tale of these criminal oppressor castes and upper castes viewing themselves as being of the same race as white people. This is the time-honored tradition of that. They were doing this under British rule. They were doing this when the British colonized us. They inserted themselves, especially Brahmins did. Brahmins inserted themselves into positions of power by saying, hey, listen, British, Durai, we're one of you guys. Like, we're also Aryans. 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 Come on, what do you mean? Like, they used to say that shit, right? That's what upper caste used to do. So they used to try and insert themselves into positions of British power by basically claiming Aryan descent. Right? By saying, oh, they're the same kind of people as the British colonizers were. This is the time-honored tradition of upper caste. This is what they've always been doing. Right? They've inserted themselves into, like, this is a great example of Indians, or not Indians in general, but upper castes. You see motherfuckers inserting themselves into specific slots of power by throwing other people under the bus. In this case, it's Latino people, it's black people, it's other immigrants under the bus. This is the time-honored tradition of upper castes, of Brahmins, upper caste, Jat Sikhs, oppressor, criminal caste Indians inserting themselves into positions of power. Today I learned Persians and Indians are the same in that way. No, not all Indians. I want to be perfectly clear about that. No, this is not all Indians. These are very specifically 2 to 5% of the Indian population. Yeah. I heard the clarification after. Yeah. This is 5% of the population of India. That's it. These are UC Indians. These are criminal caste Indians. Right? As Suraj Jengde would put it. They are criminal caste Indians. Right? Whose entire ill-begotten privilege and ill-begotten social capital was based on the oppression of the vast majority of the subcontinent for millennia. That is what gives this wannabe fuckboy the power that he has to go on Tucker Carlson and throw others under the bus. That is the kind of ill-begotten privilege. That is the same kind of ill-begotten social capital and often financial capital that he and his entire family have gotten for years, for millennia at this point. That is the kind of ill-begotten goods. That is the kind of ill-begotten, capital that his family has gotten. So it's great. Like, people figuring out, like, oh, wait a minute, what the fuck? Why are Indian dudes going on Tucker Carlson? Yeah, this dude's upper caste. That's why. This dude is an upper caste guy. People are wondering, why did Vivek Ramaswamy, why is he Republican? Because he's fucking Brahmin. Why is that surprising to you? He's a Palakkad Iyer. Like, why the fuck is any of that shit surprising to you? But you're just beginning to understand how caste works in India. He's a Palakkad Iyer. These guys have always inserted themselves into positions by throwing other people under the bus. Anand Ranganathan, Nirmala Sitharaman, Abhishek Abhijit Iyer Mitra, right? Gurumurthy. All of these Tambrams and all of these upper castes and all these criminal castes have inserted themselves into positions of power by specifically designating everyone else to throw under the bus. That is how these people retain their position. That is how these this is how these upper castes operate.
Naturalized citizens should not be able to hold public office. Growing up here is a big part of understanding the country. We need to stop and limit the amount.
Naturalized citizens should not be able to grow up in this country.
So, naturalized citizens should not be able to hold public office.
You ain't part of the team, motherfucker. You ain't on the team. Tucker Carlson doesn't like you.
Growing up here is a big part of understanding the country. We need to stop and limit the amount of foreign students that are coming into our universities. Some of them.
That's your grandparents, motherfucker. Like, that's your grandparents, motherfucker.
Are spies, by the way, for foreign governments. But it's also just we should put our kids first.
Yes.
And we should also not allow dual citizenship because that's the stupidest idea. You're either American or you're not. And everyone wants to make it so complicated. That's the thing that I don't like about the past generations. They're always about the rules.
Dude, you're wearing a Sikh symbol. Bro, you're wearing the Sikh bangle. Bro, you're wearing a fucking Sikh bangle. Bitch, you ain't on the team. You are not on the fucking team. You are not on the fucking team. What are you talking about? You're wearing a kara. You're wearing a kada. You are currently wearing a kada on Tucker Carlson's show. Bro, you are a Sikh dude. You come from a Sikh family. You ain't part of the fucking team, motherfucker.
The process and regulation.
Bro, you ain't part of the fucking team.
No, it's really simple. You're just America first.
I always knew that there was privileged people expressing class alignment in some way. No, these guys are all all these fuckers are upper caste. All of them are. Vivek Ramaswamy is a Palakkad Iyer. He's a Tamil Brahmin from Palakkad. His family is from a Brahmin-only sundown town. His family's from an Agraharam. That's Vivek Ramaswamy. This is Vivek. Like, Vivek Ramaswamy comes from. Vivek Ramaswamy literally comes from. What's it? He comes from an Agraharam. Wait, what about, wait. Nikki Haley, where is she born? No, Nikki Haley was born in South Carolina. No, Nikki Haley is a natural born citizen.
People should have their loyalty to America first. And if they can't do that.
Agraharams are not sundown towns. They were, yeah, they are. Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were. They were towns where non-Brahmins were not allowed in. Yes, they are. Actually, yes, there were. I mean, I wouldn't say they're worse, actually. I would not compare the two. They're very similar. They're Brahmin-only towns. That's what Agraharams are.
Then this ain't the country for you.
That's totally right. What about serving in a foreign military?
Oh gosh, no, forget about it. You can't do that.
Of course not, right?
It's ridiculous. That idea alone is just insane.
Yeah.
Dual citizenship's already bad enough, but to serve in another country's military is disqualifying, really.
Of course. I mean, it's hard to believe it's even a conversation. What
Right.
about language? Do you worry that, countries are united by their language, and language is inseparable from culture? Language is culture in a lot of ways, but this doesn't seem like an English-speaking country anymore.
How about we speak Navajo, motherfucker? No, you should be speaking Navajo, Tucker. No, Tucker, you should be speaking Navajo. Both of you, all three of us should not be speaking English. We should be speaking Navajo. We should be speaking Mohawk, Oneida. We should be speaking Newhalk. You should be speaking Apache. We should not be speaking English. Lakota. Go ahead, pussies. Fucking learn those languages.
Countries are united by their language, and language is inseparable from culture. Language is culture in a lot of ways, but this doesn't seem...
Yeah, the native languages are... English is not native to America. English ain't native. English is not native to this country. English ain't native to this fucking country. They ain't from this country. Tucker, you ain't from this country. You're from Europe. Tucker, you ain't American. You're from Europe. Bro, your entire family's like Swedish, man. You ain't American. Brother, you ain't American. You're from Sweden or some shit. You're from like what? Denmark or some shit. You're from like what? Norway or England or some shit. You ain't from America. Your family ain't from America. You're from Europe. Why does no one want to acknowledge this fact? Tucker ain't from America. Bill O'Reilly ain't from America. He's Irish. Bill O'Reilly ain't American. He's Irish. This guy's Swedish or some shit. He ain't American. Trump's German. Trump's German. What do you mean? Trump's not from here. He's German. He's German originally. What do you mean? He ain't American. Trump ain't American. Mike Pence ain't American. JD Vance ain't American. They're from Britain or France or some shit. They ain't American. These guys ain't American. What are you talking about? Nah, you don't get it. They're white, so it's different. They're immigrants. No. If it applies to Indians, if it applies to... No. Go back to Europe, Tucker. Go back to Europe. This ain't your country. Go back to Europe. This ain't your country. Go back to Sweden. Go back to Sweden. You want to play this game? No. Ted Cruz is Cuban, man. He ain't even Canadian. Fuck, he's not even Canadian. He's Cuban. By the way, why the fuck can Ted Cruz run for president? He ain't from here.
Like an English-speaking country anymore.
Yeah, especially when you go to places like Minneapolis, Miami, New York, which I lived there for a little bit. And yeah, I want to be able to understand everybody. I just do. It's my country. I don't think I should.
This is not your country, man. This is absolutely not your country. This is not your country. You are, bro. A brown man. This is ironically This is unironically the most Indian thing he's ever said. This is unironically the most South Asian thing I've heard come out of this motherfucker's mouth. Ironically, this is the most Indian thing I've heard out of this fucking mouth. He's saying, this is my country. I don't want to, I want everyone to speak English, I don't like these brown people. That is the most upper caste Indian motherfucking thing I've ever heard out of this guy's mouth. That is ironically the most Brahmin thing I've ever heard. That is the most upper caste fucking bullshit I've ever heard. This is ironically the most upper caste Indian thing I've ever heard in my life. I think their currently unspoken understanding is that Mike mates right. No, I know that. I know that, man. I know that. I know that. They want genocide. They want genocide. They want to kill people. They want genocide. They want to kill people. That is their end goal. These guys are fascists. They're fascists. They want to kill people for fun. They want to commit genocide. They want to kill people. They want to kill a lot of people. They want to systematically kill and commit as much pain and suffering as possible. That is what they want to do. They want to kill and inflict suffering as much as possible. That's what fascists want. They want to inflict suffering. They want to inflict suffering on anyone that is not them. That is what fascists want. They want to kill as many people as they can. They want to kill people for any reason. That if they don't like someone, they just want to kill them. For whatever reason, that is what they want at the end of the day. They want to kill people. That's what these two want. They want to kill as many people as possible. These guys are looking at the Holocaust and taking notes.
Have to speak another language in my own country. I don't think anyone wants that. I don't think it's...
Brother, you're brown. Brother, you're Punjabi. Brother, you're Punjabi. Brother. Okay, I'm going to say one thing. I think the reason he's so mad is because the brown people he was living with in New York started trying to speak to them in their language because they thought he spoke their language. Like, the reason he's fixated on this is because there was probably some Bengali dude going up to him being like, oh, yeah, I don't know how to say, I don't know how to speak Bengali. They were trying to ask for directions in Bengali or some shit to this guy. And he's like, I don't speak Bengali. Why the fuck are these brown people asking me in Bengali or Hindi or Tamil or whatever the fuck? Nah, this motherfucker's salty because Zoran is like and he is dislike. Yeah, that's literally it.
It's good for us. Not saying that you can't know another language. I think that's great to know another language.
That's good.
But to have anything other than English as the primary language.
I love how he had to, how he had to be like, well, actually, no, actually learning other languages is very good. Because guess what? Because he probably, his parents and his family probably speak another language. They probably speak another language. So they had to cover their ass and be like, well, actually speaking another language isn't that bad. Right, it's pretty good. Tucker's like, why should, no, English is the best language in the world. Tucker and all of his like psycho Nazi friends are like, No, actually speaking, no, everyone should speak English or die. That's what Tucker's probably thinking. Tucker's probably thinking, no, if you don't speak English only, you will get turned into biomatter. Okay, no, nope, 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 nope. Nope. Last warning, never say that again. Never say that again. No Fed posting in this chat. Final warning, no.
In this country, not acceptable.
You're not describing the priorities of the modern Republican Party at all here.
No, but hopefully one day it will be. That's what I hope will happen.
So my sense, but you would know, is that everything.
Which will ban both you and Arun for messages like that? No. No, they won't ban me for that shit. Because I don't agree with that shit.
Thing you just said for the past half an hour is like basically what most young men your age think who are conservative.
Who are conservative? Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes.
Who are
Yes.
conservative. So do they look at the Republican Party as representing them?
No, not at all. And that's the struggle that we face. And that's where the anger comes from.
Okay. Okay, I gotta go. Ugh. I gotta go. Okay, dude, I don't. What the I saw a Sridhar Ramesh tweet. I saw a Sridhar Ramesh tweet.
I'm gonna come.
Hold on. Raid someone? No, we will raid someone. I'm trying to look for someone to raid. Okay. I know someone we could raid for now. What is this? Okay, yeah, we can raid this person.
I'm gonna come.
Enoch, thank you for the raid. We're gonna raid Bombstar, a good friend of the show. Yeah, we'll have fun. I wanted to drop you, and he's playing Pokemon right now, Pokemon ZA. If you haven't played it yet, there's spoilers. I'm probably gonna dip immediately. I have to go somewhere, so I will see you guys later. But yeah, go support Bomb. Go support Bombstar. He's really cool. Yeah, that's about it. I'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys tomorrow.